days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said it's silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize some people you gon' let go, you visualize the things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They're not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding, girl, I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my face, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I This race called life. This race called life. Girl, I just gotta win this race called life. This race called life.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Y'all already know who it is. It's your boy Humble Mystic in the building.
Evaluating an idea, a fiercely provocative source that takes.
Hold on one second. What's up? What's up, y'all? It's your boy Humble Mystic in the building. And tonight we're not dancing around belief. We're not sugarcoating tradition. We're going straight at the claim. I claim I came to the Titans Debate League to bring clarity, not comfort. And tonight, I'm breaking down the biggest claim in human history with logic, physics, and straight evidence. So lock in, family. Open your minds, because after this presentation, the God claim will never be the same again. As I mentioned, right, one of my issues is I know oftentimes people like to say that God can't be proven nor disproven. And I take issue with that claim because God can certainly, when we come from a scientific perspective, God can certainly be disproven. God can certainly be made or be proven not to exist. And that's what I'm going to get into here tonight. I'm going to start off with a video, and then I'm going to get into a presentation. They barely go hand in hand. And then I'm going to open up the floor after my presentation, and we're going to get into it. So let's get into it. I'm going to start off with this video right here, and then we're going to get into the presentation. Let's get it, y'all.
Takes a direct, absolutely unapologetic stance against the existence of a. Welcome to this explainer. Today, we're not just passively evaluating an idea, we're diving into a fiercely provocative source that takes a direct, absolutely unapologetic stance against the existence of a deity. The author argues that if you subject the God claim to the exact same rigorous tests of logic and physics as literally any other claim about reality, it just completely falls apart. So let's get right into how they structure this takedown. The entire foundation of this argument rests on one brutal premise. Truth is not a sacred category. The source insists that if a claim fails the basic tests of consistency and evidence, it absolutely doesn't get a free pass. Borrowing a thought from physicist Lawrence Krauss, the text argues that just using God as a band-aid for the gaps in our scientific knowledge is intellectually lazy. If a claim can't be verified or demonstrated, it's functionally false. To systematically dismantle this claim, the source breaks things down into 5 distinct battles: the core empirical premise, the logical death trap, the physics and cosmology barrier, the physical mind argument, the evolutionary cognitive illusion, and finally, synthesis, the verdict. Let's get to it. Section 1, the logical death trap, the failure of definitions. The author kicks things off with the classic omnipotence paradox. It's a brilliant conceptual trap designed to subject the very definition of God to basic, undeniable logic. The question is simple but devastating. If God is supposedly all-powerful, what actually happens when we test that definition? Can God create a stone that is too heavy for him to lift? Now, according to the text, this perfectly illustrates why an all-powerful being is literally a mathematical and logical impossibility. Think about it. If the answer is yes, then there's a stone he cannot lift. If the answer is no, then there's a stone he cannot create. The argument concludes that a definition that inherently contradicts itself just cannot describe a real existing entity. It's nothing more than a linguistic error. And it gets worse for the theistic claim. The author points out that if scripture is our primary data, it actively disproves its own core premise. The text highlights moments where God regrets creating humans, or changes his mind, or has to run tests on Abraham just to see what he'll do. The source argues these are clearly the actions of a limited being reacting to events in real time. You simply can't hold scripture as literal truth while simultaneously claiming God is this perfect, all-knowing creator. It just doesn't compute. Section 2, the physics and cosmology barrier, the failure of evidence. Here is where the physical universe steps in, specifically with the conservation of energy. The text argues that any divine interaction, any supposed miracle, would require a massive energy input into our universe. But fundamental physics dictates that energy cannot be created or destroyed within a closed system. Because there's zero extra energy floating around unaccounted for, the source is absolutely adamant there is no room for a ghost in the machine. Now, what about the creation of the universe itself? Looking at quantum cosmology, the text highlights a fascinating reality. Nothingness itself is highly unstable. Physicists have actually demonstrated that a zero-energy quantum vacuum allows the Big Bang to spontaneously emerge without needing an external spark or some divine prime mover. The transition from literally nothing to something is entirely governed by the strict laws of physics. You might be wondering about the so-called fine-tuning of the universe, right? Well, the text counters that with the multiverse hypothesis. This suggests our universe is just one of an infinite number of bubbles floating in a massive cosmic ocean. So rather than needing an intelligent designer to tweak the dials of physics, the author argues we just won a massive statistical cosmic lottery. Section 3, the physical mind and cognitive illusion. The biological deconstruction. This section dives into the argument from physical minds by comparing two totally different worldviews. The text points out that theism expects consciousness, like a soul, to exist independently of physical matter. Naturalism, on the other hand, predicts that consciousness is strictly bound to physical systems. Let's see what the source says the actual, hard evidence supports. The source leans heavily on neurobiology here, arguing that science overwhelmingly demonstrates human thought is 100% the product of a functioning physical brain. We see that localized brain injuries selectively destroy very specific memories or abilities. We see how chemical alterations can completely shift your personality and rational thought. The unavoidable conclusion drawn here is that your mind, your very sense of self, is entirely dependent on your physical biology. Now, apologists will often push back with what's called the modem defense, arguing the brain is really just a transmitter, like a radio for the immaterial soul. But the author completely discards this. They argue that physically altering the brain doesn't just mess up the physical output, like a broken speaker, it fundamentally alters the internal capacity to feel, to remember, and to conceptualize. When the brain is physically damaged, the mind itself is damaged. So this begs a massive question. If the text is so certain God isn't real, why do so many people inherently believe? The author posits that religion is actually an evolutionary byproduct. It all starts with a specific cognitive mechanism known as HADD, or the Hyperactive Agency Detection Device. To understand HAD, think about our ancient ancestors out in the wild. If you mistake a rustling leaf for a predator, that's a false positive. You run away, you feel silly, but you live. But if you mistake an actual predator for just the wind, well, that's a false negative, and it's fatal. The text suggests that evolution heavily favored brains that basically hallucinated hidden agents in the bushes, creating the perfect psychological architecture for humans to eventually imagine invisible gods watching from above. The author synthesizes all of this by describing religious belief as a highly contagious cognitive byproduct. Our innate theory of mind makes us desperately seek purpose in totally random natural events. Add to that the fact that slightly supernatural or minimally counterintuitive concepts are just incredibly easy for our brains to remember and share. The ultimate argument here is that belief is an evolutionary illusion, built on mental modules that originally just evolved to keep us from getting eaten. Section 4. Synthesis. The verdict. A falsified hypothesis. Bringing it all together, the source concludes that the God claim is not some untouchable, sacred mystery. The author's final verdict is absolutely uncompromising. The definitions we've been given are fundamentally incompatible with the reality we live in. When subjected to the unforgiving rigors of logic, physics, and cognitive biology, the concept of a deity stands as a comprehensively falsified hypothesis. The source text closes with a fierce, demanding call to action. It urges us to stop defending tradition and start defending reality by demanding coherent definitions and flat out rejecting the special pleading of faith. It's a heavy, unyielding argument for sure, but it leaves us with a truly provocative question to wrestle with. In your own pursuit of truth, how do you distinguish between a comforting tradition and a verifiable reality? Keep questioning everything, keep analyzing, and we'll see you in the next explainer.
And we back, family, and we're back. I know a lot of y'all was talking about, I was showing a video of the explainer, and I was showing a video. And the reason I showed the video because I'm going to be getting into a lot of this, and I'm going to be taking different turns. I'm going to be talking about a lot of this, going into detail. So I wanted to give an overview before I actually went into it. Yes, I do have a slide presentation. No, I'm not an atheist. I saw that comment, who asked me, was I an atheist? I'm a naturalist, so I'm not an atheist. So let's get into it, though. We about to get into it. Family, tonight, we not tiptoeing, we not evaluating, we not exploring. We are demonstrating with logic, physics, and with the text itself that the Abrahamic God is defined by believers, cannot exist. Cannot exist. If a claims into the area of reality, then it must obey the rules of reality. And when we put the God claim under those rules, it collapses. That's the whole point of this presentation, is the fact that once again, a lot of people say, oh, well, God can't be proven and God can be. No. We can't prove that God exists, but we can prove that God does not exist. And that's what I'm going to get into tonight. If a claim cannot be verified, demonstrated, or reconciled with the laws of physics, it is functionally false. And this is an issue that I know a lot of believers have when they deal with their Bible. They see in their Bible that God is interaction with the physical world. He's walking around, he's speaking, he's, giving people missions and these type of things. And if this is true, then we should be able to see this. We should be able to measure this. We should be able to have some historical footprint on this. But instead, we don't. We just got a bunch of belief systems. And once we question those belief systems and put those belief systems under the same scrutiny that we put other things such as evolution, such as abiogenesis, such as energy, then we could actually get to the root of what a lot of people call the God of the gaps. So let's understand, let's get this understood, y'all. Truth is not a sacred category. Truth is the result of a test. And when you test a hypothesis and the test fails, right, then everything about that test becomes false. You can't put something under a test of scrutiny and it don't hold up and we still say, well, this is true. No, that's not how things work. That's not how things work. So tonight, we attack the claim on three fronts. Logic, as I explained earlier, the failure of definitions, the omnipotence paradox. Physics, the universe show no trace of divine interaction, the failure of evidence, as I spoke about earlier. And textual, the failure of consistency, internal contradictions. By the end of this, you'll see that the structure cannot hold. Not because I dislike it, not because I just have this personal hate for religion or I have this personal hate for the Bible, not because it offends me, but because it's incoherent. That's what my man Quantum always say. These are incoherent arguments, and these are unevidenced and self-contradictory. And if we say this about anything else in science, then we call it pseudo. But the moment we say this about God, now we don't know what we're talking about. Now we can't apply these same scrutinies to God that we apply to everything else. That simply ain't fair. The burden of truth. Let's be clear. The God claim is not a philosophical idea. It's an empirical assertion. So believers make the assertion that God exists. It's not a philosophical idea. Believers say God interacts with the world, interacts with people, interacts with history. Well, if something interacts with reality, it must leave a trace in reality, energy, force, information, something. But we don't find any of it. We don't find no measurable effect. We don't find no detectable presence. We don't find no interaction that cannot be explained by the natural processes of physics. This is my claim. This is what we can witness when we walk outside down the street, when we listen to the scientists and the philosophy. This is what the information we get back. So we can't then take an idea and say that it exists, but then we have no parameters to measure if it exists or not. You see what I'm saying? So that's another way of God, that the God of the gaps failed. Just because you don't understand it, you just say God did it. But then when we question that God and you ain't got no questions, all you got to say is, oh, well, it's God. We ain't, no. It fails. If being invisible, intangible, undetectable, and indistinguishable from non-existence, then for all practical purposes, it itself does not exist. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. The logical death trap. Now let's talk logic. The omnipotence paradox is not a cute riddle. It is a fatal flaw. Can God create a stone so heavy, as the video said earlier, that he cannot lift? Now, this question stumbles a lot of religious believers because they don't know how to answer it. And for great reason, because it in itself is contradictory. If I can create anything, then I should be able to create something I cannot lift. But if I do that, then I'm not all powerful. If I can't do that, then I'm still not all powerful because I can't create it. Either way, omnipotence is destroyed by the definition itself. The very definition of omnipotence, when we try to bring it into reality, falls under logical analysis. This is not just Brother Humble Mystic saying this. This is logic, right? We all come and we talk about logical frameworks. We talk about philosophical frameworks. Well, when we put God to logic, God fails. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get with the physics barrier. Now let's move to physics, the undefeated champion of reality. Every interaction in the universe requires energy. Every interaction in the universe requires energy. Every change in the universe is accounted for by conservation laws. If divine beings intervenes, heal someone, move something, influences anything that requires an energy, that requires an energy input. But the universe is a closed system. We've mapped energy flows with extraordinary precision. There is no extra energy, no anomaly, no breaks in the chain. Not one miracle has ever been observed violating the conservation of energy, momentum, nor thermodynamics. There is no room for a ghost in the machine. There is no physical space for a God to operate. This is important, y'all, because again, when we get into that Bible, we see this God interacting. We see this God talking, and people believe that. But then when we measure it on a real scale, we don't see any of those things. We don't measure any of those things. We can't detect any of those things. Sure, we got people who have their quote unquote testimony, right? Oh, well, this happened, and I was in the hospital for this, and 60 months somebody came and prayed, and I was all better, and it was all God. Yeah, that's your testimony. But then when we study what really happens, we find out that God didn't have nothing to do with it. Let's get into it. The scripture conflict. Now, the text, the supposed evidence believers rely on, if scripture is the data, then the data disproves the premise. Genesis 6:6, God regrets. Jonah 3:10, God changes his mind. Genesis 22:12, God tests Abraham to know the outcome. These are not actions of an omnipresent, omnipotent being. These are actions of a limited, reactive, uncertain character. These cannot have it both ways. You cannot claim a perfect, unchanging, all-knowing God while your own scriptures show you a being who learns, regret, changes his mind. Give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. While your own scripture shows a being who learns, regret, changes, and tests, the text contradicts the theology, and when your own source contradicts your claim dies. This is another thing, right? We can't just be out here saying things, and then the only text y'all got to go on is the Bible. But then y'all don't even realize the things that y'all say actually contradict the very things in the Bible. Physics, logic, actually, or the Bible actually contradict those things. So this is why these are not solid proofs or solid evidence. This is why I say y'all have no ground to stand on when we get into these debates. Not because, oh, I'm just a biblical hater or I just don't like the Bible. No. But when we really break this stuff down, bro, when we really use our minds and we really start thinking about this stuff, again, God just don't hold up. Definitely if you're into science, if you're into how the universe works, if you're into how these things work, God just don't hold up. There is no ifs, there is no well maybes, there is no it's a possibility. No, God does not exist. Let's get into it. The synthesis, the verdict. So let's bring it all together. Logic shows the definition is incoherent. Physics shows the influence is absent. The text shows the nature is incoherent. This is not a mystery. This is not beyond human understanding. This is a falsified hypothesis. We are not waiting to find God. We have already demonstrated that the definition provided is incompatible with the reality we inhabit, which means this thing, this God, if it did exist, then we could prove it exists. The fact that we can't prove that it exists in this reality is proof that it does not exist. And with that, y'all, real fast, because we got a call to action here. So here's the challenge. Stop defending tradition and start defending reality. Start going out in the world and actually asking the hard questions and doing the research to find the answers. Stop just weighing on your belief. Oh, I believe this. I don't believe this. I agree with that. I don't agree with him. Go and do the work for yourself. Demand coherent definitions. Reject special pleading. Use logic to dismantle the illogical. Use physics to expose the impossible. Use the text to reveal the contradictions. Your responsibility is not to comfort others that is within this tradition. Your responsibility is the rigor of truth. And when we apply the rigor of truth, the verdict is clear. The Abrahamic God does not exist. And with that, y'all, I'm gonna open up this panel. Hold on, let me get this up a thing. Let me open this up. Let me remove this. I don't know why the hell is it there. All right, but let me pop this open. All right, I copied that already. I'm interested in hearing y'all pushbacks. I see a lot of y'all in the comments talking. I'm not agnostic. I'm not an atheist. I am a naturalist, though. I do come from a naturalistic framework. And I put the link in the comments. Come on up here, y'all. Come on up here. But I do come from a naturalistic framework. And in a naturalistic framework, we can look around and we can see what work and what don't work. What's up, Capone? What's up, Capone? We got the brother Capone in the building. We got the brother King J in the building. But yeah, so I come from a naturalistic framework where I can literally go out and observe, I can literally go out and make measurements, and I can make deductive reasoning. And when I do these things, like I said in my presentation, it leaves no room for a being, for an external being outside of reality that we call God. And with that, I'm gonna land my plane, and I see Capone up here. He got his mic unmuted, and then I'm gonna go straight to King J. What it do, Capone? What it do, Capone?
Hey, shalom, peace to the panel. Peace to you, humble, and peace to the people in the chat. So I got one question, humble, about your presentation. Did you the title say that proof that the God of Abraham don't exist? Did you identify who the God of Abraham was and is?
Yeah.
And what was that?
The God of Abraham is the God of the Bible. Unless the God of Abraham.
And where does the Bible come from? Originally.
You said, where did the Bible come from?
Yeah, originally. Because Bible that's just a book. So where did that come from, and what people?
That came from a group of individuals with a certain belief system.
Okay. I'm just interested. So you saying the God of, because you say the God of Abraham. So
yeah,
can you identify that deity?
Yeah, we can identify the God of Abraham. The deity that talked to Moses on Mount Sinai. That's the God of Abraham.
Okay. But we're not talking about Moses. We are talking about the God. We talking about Abraham's God. I'm not saying that
God of Moses is Abraham's God is Moses's God.
Okay, I agree. But when you say Abraham's God, won't you talk about the things that it referenced about Abraham in his God instead of going all the way to Moses?
Because Abraham's God is Moses's God. They're not two different gods.
Well, we understand that it's one God. So
right.
What I'm saying is, let me just stop beating around the bush. So Abraham God is described as the possessor of the heavens and the earth.
In the Bible, yeah.
So you saying that there's no possessor? Hold on, so humble. So you saying there's no possessor of the heavens and the earth?
No.
Oh my God, bro!
Correct me if I'm wrong. Well, hey, enlighten me. Hold on, time out. Enlighten
so how does the heavens and the earth exist? So how does the heavens and the earth exist? How's the earth just sitting in the middle of nowhere in space?
So you think the
without
earth is
all the gravitational pull destroying it or collapsing on itself?
You think
why Jupiter's gravitational pull don't suck the earth in?
That's a fallacy.
It's a fallacy.
You think the earth, time out, Capone. You think the earth is just sitting in the middle of nowhere in space?
Yes, it's suspended on
the earth is being governed by the sun's gravitational pull. You do know you can look through telescopes, right? James Webb right now. And you can look at the orbital patterns of the planets, bro. So you know they're just not anywhere sitting in space.
So why the earth not in Andromeda? Why is not in the Andromeda galaxy? Why is it in the Milky Way galaxy?
Because
why is the earth positioned? Hold on, let me make the claim, home. Why is the earth positioned in a Goldilocks zone where life could exist on said earth?
Because the earth was born from a star in the Milky Way galaxy. And the Earth is not the only planet in existence that sits inside of a Goldilocks zone. There's there's thousands of planets out here in the solar system, in the galaxy, that sits inside
That's what
of
they say.
Goldilocks.
That's what they say. They also say that what they're viewing is like a fish in a fishbowl. So they could be observing the observable universe is what they call it, the observable universe, and it could be way massive than what they are viewing.
Right, but even
So
if it's way
they could
massive
be
than what
viewing
they're
like
viewing, they still
a
following
section,
the laws
how
of physics.
massive the universe is. They could be looking at a speck of a greater or something, like you in the damn ocean. That's the best way I can explain it. That's how it is with Earth in the universe, let alone in the Milky Way galaxy, but in the entire universe, observable universe, Earth is like a fucking a tittle, like a speck. And you mean to tell me, like, this is crazy, bro? What you be saying is like,
it's crazy that we know the position of multiple stars and multiple galaxies and multiple other planets and multiple moons around those planets, and we can tell you the makeup of hold on 1 second. We can tell you the makeup of the very prominent mineral of these moons and these stars and these galaxies and these planets. We ain't just out here guessing, oh, well, Europa, we guess Europa got water on it. We don't know if Europa got water on it or not. We just guessing. No, there's a telescope out there right now that's looking at Europa. They can see that Europa has water on it. That's not a guess.
They could. So what they do is calculations, right? So they could calculate that is the other planets got water on it. They can't observe if it got water on it. That's the point. Why? Because they're billions of light years away from each other, according to them.
Europa.
So you would never reach it, right? You'll never reach those places to even see if they have water or life on it.
Hold on 1 second, Capone. Let's let King J get in here. Go ahead, King J.
Yeah, because y'all way off the topic. I took notes, and my notes ain't got nothing to do with the conversation that you and Humble having right now.
No, that's because Humble want to go to all over the place.
You're not Capone. You just took him somewhere
Humble
else.
just want to go all over the place. I asked him a specific question, and he did not answer. I just want y'all to know that.
Y'all ended up talking about something else. So Humble. So according to my notes, this is what I wrote down, right? Mm-hmm. So if you're trying to prove a universal negative, right? A universal negative, right? You're trying to prove that something does not exist, right? So the burden of proof is on you, correct?
If I'm proving it does not exist, is the burden of proof on me?
Yes. You're making the claim, right?
Affirmative, yes.
So that you're making the claim that God does not exist. Okay. So I'm gonna take you through three quick little steps, right? So first, do you know everything?
What that got to do with God?
I just answered the question. You'll find out to my next point. Do you know everything?
No.
Okay. So how do you know that what we're talking about does not exist in the realm of the knowledge you don't possess?
Because in the realm of knowledge I do possess, there is no room for...
But we're talking about what you don't know, right? In the area that you don't know, how do you know that what we're talking about doesn't exist in that area of
what I don't know is pieces of or whether I say gaps in the information that I do know. It's not like I don't know some super sacred information, but I do know all the common information. There's information out here about the universe that I do know, but there's also information out here about the universe that I don't know.
Okay, that's the answer. I accept that answer. So next, I want to say that's a category error, right? So like when we're talking about, and you're making the God claim, right? And you're comparing it to the laws of physics, right? For one, when we talk about God, we're talking about theology, right? Talking about theology and philosophy, right? This is the deity is transcendent, right? It exists outside of the material universe, right? So when we talk about physics and the laws of physics, physics is the study of matter, energy, and space and time within our universe. So you're trying to basically use the laws of physics to disprove something that exists outside of physics, right?
Now,
That's
let me
crazy. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Go
Let me
ahead.
finish.
Go
Let me
ahead.
finish because that's crazy because we don't even have tools to even measure that subject. So if name me the tool within the laws of within physics that we
That's a
use
good point.
to measure something um, outside.
So, if you was paying attention to my presentation,
I
then you
was. I took notes.
I got you. I got you. If you took notes, then you should have took notes that scientists, we already know that this universe is a closed system. So if this universe, this reality is a closed system, and all the energy there is, will be, or ever will be is already right here, then there we already know there is no outside force. That's number one. Number two, right?
Okay, so stop. So stop.
Hold on,
Well,
King J.
stop.
I'll let you
So
go. I'll let you go. I'm gonna
okay,
ask you a question. Hold on. So
okay.
number two, if there was an outside force that interacted on the inside force, like we see with the Abrahamic God, right? We should be able to measure that.
Exactly, and that goes to
The
the other
very
part of the
fact that
fallacy.
we can't measure that, right, lets us know that that God either don't exist or he didn't do the things in the Bible that said that he did.
What you're describing is called materialism, right? And that's a flaw, right? So that basically states that nothing exists except matter, right? So in regards to consciousness, right? So consciousness, you're asserting that all consciousness must be biological because our consciousness is biological. That is an inducive fallacy.
No, what I'm stating
We
is,
cannot measure consciousness,
what
right?
I'm saying is all things that exist come from natural properties, is what I'm saying.
Does
I'm
consciousness
not
exist?
saying
Does
yes,
consciousness exist?
consciousness exists. Yes.
Okay. So what you're suggesting is that consciousness is biological. It's produced from our physical brain. It requires our physical brain. Without our physical brain, there is no consciousness, correct?
There is no awareness. Yes.
And that's a fallacy.
Without our sensory,
And that is a
hold on, time
fallacy.
out. Wait a
And
minute.
that
Wait
is
a
a
minute.
fallacy.
Without our
It's
sensory,
called
how is
materialism.
that a fallacy? If I cut off all of your sensory details, then how can you experience anything in this reality?
To suggest that consciousness is entirely produced from our physical brain through chemistry and biology is crazy. Consciousness is something that we
Okay,
cannot
King J,
see.
hold on one second. You didn't answer my question.
I
If I
did
shut
answer it. I said
down, no,
that's
you did not.
crazy.
Listen, if I shut down all of your sensory perceptions, how can you tell that this reality exists?
Do you have a bar in a car?
If I shut
Do
down
you have?
all
I'm
of your
answering your question.
sensory,
I'm answering your question. Do you not have a bar in a car?
do you have a
Does
car? Yeah,
does
everybody
your bar
has energy. Yes, it's energy.
does your bar not leave once
That's
those sensors
energy.
once it does it not leave, right? Is right?
What does that have to do with the
Is
question I
there
just
any
asked you?
intelligence in your bar in your car? Yes or no?
Is there any intelligence in your body in your car? No. There's
Okay,
no
you die right
thing
there.
that we call
Let's let's
intelligence within a
let's
body car.
you die right there. There is
Can you
intelligence in your
show?
bar.
Time out. Can you
There is
show that
intelligence in
this
your
is the
bar. You're making a lot of crazy claims,
hold on, King
humble.
J. Hold on, King J. No,
You're
you're
gonna
making the
die.
crazy claims without any
You're dying and you don't even know you
premises.
just died.
No, hold on one second, King J. Hold on one second. So
You
you're making a whole lot of claims and you're not backing them up. And
you
you're
made
not
the claim,
taking
humble.
into account. Hold on one second. You're
The
not
burden
taking
of proof is
into
on you.
account. Hold on, King J. You're not taking into account my answers. You just asked me, right? It's crazy to presuppose that consciousness comes from within inside of a person. I said,
Can you prove it?
hold on 1 second. I said, if I shut down everything that make you conscious, how can you then perceive? How then can you then know that this reality exists? You cannot. That's why you try to dance around that question, because
Oh
you
my
know you
God.
can't. You know, vegetable for an
Humble.
example.
That's a straw
Matter of fact,
man.
hey, King J,
That's a nice little
King
straw
J,
man.
you're way
Listen,
smarter than you appear to be, King J.
humble.
You
That's
know
a
a
very nice little straw
vegetable.
man.
Hold on 1 second, King
You
J.
cannot prove your feeling. Can you weigh a subjective feeling? Can you weigh an emotion? Humble.
What that have to do with
With your consciousness. It has to do with consciousness, your feelings and your emotions. Can you weigh these things? But yet they exist.
your sensory
They are
detail,
subjective.
bro? Hold on 1 second. If I touch your
You're
hand
talking
right now,
about your
hold on,
physical. So
King
listen,
J,
you're talking
King
about your
J,
physical things like your heart rate, your
right,
blood pressure levels, things that you can physically, your
and
symptoms, right?
right, yeah.
I'm talking about you're talking about it in objective in a manner. I'm talking about the subjective feeling of it, the things
But
that you
we know.
cannot, the
Whole
part
time
that you
out.
cannot weigh that still
We
exists.
know
So
that's
you're only so
subjective.
stop it, brother. So
We know that's
exactly. So
subjective.
what are you talking about? We know it's subjective. So how can you disprove it? If we know it's subjective, you just killed
But
yourself.
God is not subjective. You're trying to equate God to something that is objective. That
I'm
is something that is objective.
I'm equating God with something just that's something that's a abstract concept, just like emotions. You, in order to pray to your deity that you cannot see, you have to pray. There's rituals and all these things, right? You're praying
When
to
is the
something.
last? Hold on. When is the last time you've ever heard of an emotion getting up and walking around?
When was the last time? Because they're subjective. You're making my point, but yet they
No, I'm
exist.
not making
So
your point.
the
You're
whole
not.
point that I'm trying to get to you, humble, is this: that you cannot use physical tools within laws of physics to measure things that exist outside of reality. When we're talking about theology and philosophy, those things cannot be weighed and measured. That's why
So
I asked
this
you
is
what instrument. That's why I asked you what instrument are you using to measure consciousness? What instrument are you going to use to measure these subjective things that exist that we in our physical realm don't have the tools to measure?
all right. All right. Hold on, King J. So number one, we most definitely can measure the state of awarenesses, right? This is why we have. Hold on, King J. This is why we have beta waves, theta waves, right? Gamma.
That's like heart
All of
rate.
these. Hold
And
on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. No, they don't measure your heart rate. They measure your level of wakefulness. That's what they literally measure your consciousness. So that right there was just all false.
no,
We can't measure.
I'm comparing
Number
it to the
two,
heart
hold
rate
on,
when you
King J.
do and
I
then
just let
measure
you go,
things that
King
you
J.
can
Hold
measure.
on,
Go
hold
ahead.
on.
You right.
Hold on, King J. I'm gonna finish it up and I got you. Number two, we know that consciousness and emotion is within this physical constraint that we call reality. How do we know this? Because we can experience it. We can measure it. How? Oh, people say we can't measure happiness. Well, how do you know the difference between happy and sad if you can't measure happy and sad? We can self-measure these. That's why it's called self-analysis, right? This is why we got to do self-work so we can self-measure and self-regulate what goes on. So even there's still a level of measurement and observation being taken place that we cannot subscribe to or dictate to this thing we call a God. Why? And now, why would we even want to do this? It ain't like we saying, okay, well, God is up there and God is in another realm that exists outside of this existence, and we don't have the tools to find this God. No, this is a being that interacts with this reality. If this being interacts with this reality, we should be able to measure it. The very fact that we can't measure that lets us know that that being does not exist. Because if it did exist, every time it interact with our reality, we would have a measurement of it.
Stop
You're
right
right.
there.
If
That's the
something is
flaw.
not outside,
Humble.
hold on
Stop
one
right
second.
there.
I'm not playing with
Because
this.
you're
I'm not playing with
suggesting
this.
that because we don't have a tool to measure it, that it does not exist. That is the fallacy. Let's stop
If
right
it
there. You just
interacts,
literally said, hold on, brother. You
King
just
J,
said because we don't have a
listen.
tool to measure it, it does not exist, correct?
If it interacts with this
And I'm done
reality,
with the
then we should
conversation.
be able to measure it. Name a force. Hold on, watch this, King J. Name a force that
I'm done with the
interacts with this
conversation.
reality that we can't measure.
I don't think that you're hearing
Can
yourself.
you name
You
a
just
force?
suggested that. Hold on, brother. You just suggested that since we don't have a tool to measure it, that it does not exist. You think about that comment that you in.
Literally just put
And
that in you literally just put that in my mouth. That's not what I
I
said.
didn't
I
put
said
that in your mouth. That's what you said.
I said if it does not exist here, right, and it interacts here, then it should follow the laws of physics. There's no force. Hold on 1 second, King J. There is no force of nature that's in this reality that we cannot measure.
Do your thoughts exist?
It's things that defy the laws of physics all the time.
Do your thoughts exist?
Force on in this
Humble,
reality that we cannot measure.
Hey, humble. It's stuff that defies the laws of physics all the time.
Can you give me what?
Humble, you tripping, brother. And I just want to let you know.
Bacteria that can survive out in space. It's certain insects.
I'm gonna let the palm beat you up a little bit.
The laws of physics through their biological mechanisms. What are you talking about, Humble?
How does tardigrades defy the laws of physics?
Because they survive out. What is a tardigrade? What are you talking about?
How you don't know what you were just talking about one. A tardigrade is a micro insect, a microorganism that can exist in extreme environment.
Yes, it's alien. Yes.
Now, if that thing is measurable, hold on. If that thing is measurable and that thing causes a cause, and it causes an effect within our reality, and we can measure that, how is that thing don't exist? Like how does that defy the laws of gravity?
Just because everything has a name and a classification, that don't mean that we can measure it.
Yo, we can most definitely 100%.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. What about what they call it? Dark matter. Can we measure dark matter?
Can we? Yes, we can measure dark matter. We don't know.
Show me the measurement for dark matter, Humble. What tool do we use to measure? What tool do we use to measure dark matter?
We use different light measurements to measure dark matter. What do you mean? How do we measure?
You making that, Humble? You making that up?
You made that up, brother.
You making it up?
Okay. See,
is dark matter photons? Is it photons? What mass does it have? What dark matter? What's the mass of the dark matter? Since we can measure it.
Rethink your thesis, Humble. Rethink your thesis.
I don't have to rethink my thesis. I feel like y'all need to get more. I think y'all need to get more into like understanding what the real world is about, like with physics and science and logic. Logic is important here, family. Logic is important here. Because when you use logic, all this stuff, dark matter cannot be seen directly, but its presence can be measured through its gravitational effects and specialized experiments designed to detect its interactions with ordinary matter. Matter of fact, let me go here. I gotta see myself. Hold on, I gotta shit this. So what does that say right there?
Humble.
It can be measured.
What is the measurement?
Real fast.
What is the measurement, Humble?
Real fast.
Humble, what is the measurement?
Hold on, real fast. It can be measured. It say be the effects. We can see the effects of this thing. We can't see the effects of God, but we can see the effects of this. We can't see this.
What is the measurement? What is the measurement? Give me a measurement. How much does it weigh? How fast is it?
You can see it. Dark matter does not emit, absorb, or reflect light, making it invisible to the conventional telescope. However, it has mass and therefore exerts.
Yes, we know it has mass. We know that it has. Humble. We know that it has mass because it's in the universe.
No. Hold up, Capone. Capone just asked me the question: does it have mass? And he reading it right here that it do.
I know that everything has
mass. It can be measured.
But humble, no, it can't.
How
Because
does
it'll
something
be a
that has
measurement.
hands can't be
What
measured?
is the what is the humble? Just pull up the measurement.
The measurement is right here. It tells you right here. 45%.
Read it.
It says it right here. It
45%.
said recent studies. Hold on. It said recent studies suggest that within our solar system, dark matter contributes about 45% of the galactic
That's a
gravitational force.
suggestion. Humble. That's a suggestion.
What do you mean? Now that's a subject. Yo, see, this is
If I say what's the speed of light, if I pull up what's the speed of light or what's the wind velocity, humble, or the force of the strong force and the weak force, it's going to be physical constants. It's a constant. It's going to be physical constants of the measurement.
Listen. Now you want to argue what's the specifics of it after you were just arguing that we can't tell if it exists or not.
Can't. That's not a measurement.
Time out. I just told you right here that we can say that it exists.
Humble. You're
trying to say,
let me ask you.
That's subjective.
Humble.
This subjective.
No,
bro, it's right here. Yo, you tired?
Humble. Hold on, bro. Is a measurement exact?
Is a measurement exact?
Yes.
Some measurements are, some are not.
Is the speed of light is that an exact measurement of how photons travel?
No.
Or is that a hypothesis?
The speed of light itself is a constant, but the speed of light does not dictate all travel in the cosmos.
So okay, is the sun rotation around the galaxy, orbit around the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, is that an exact measurement?
Yes.
Okay, so what is the exact measurement of dark matter?
What do you mean with the exact measurement of dark matter? Well, you can what do you like measurement of dark matter in which way? It told you about 45% of the galactic is made up of this force. So I don't understand.
That's what that's saying. 45% of the galaxy is made up of that force.
Yes.
So they have to make calculations of the gravitational pull on the galaxy and everything in it. That's the strong that's not the strong force and the weak force, but they have to make a measurement. Dark matter don't just exist in the galaxy. It's in the universe. It's literally what holds the universe together by the strong force and the weak force. But they don't know what they can't measure it.
How are you still sitting here saying it can't measure it?
For years until the Higgs boson came. They thought it was nothing. What I'm gonna do is,
are you on a phone or a laptop?
Both. I'm on all. What?
All right. I'm gonna take this down, and I want you to share your screen, and I want you to ask whatever you want to ask. Can dark matter be measured? And I want to see what we get. I'm gonna take this down, but I want you to put something on the screen, and I want you.
No, I don't have to put nothing on the screen. I'm debunking what you're saying.
And you can't make a claim. See, this is the problem with the religious people. You can't make a claim and then not back your claim. You said I said and I showed you that dark matter could be measured. You said my stuff was wrong. So now come bring me your information and show me that my stuff is wrong. That's how this works. Same thing with King J. This is why they all get beat up.
I'm not on the laptop.
You just say this don't work. You now have to come in and say, okay, well, based off of this is why this is wrong, and based off of my information, this is why this says this is wrong. Y'all can't just say this is wrong. That's crazy.
I'm not on the laptop right now.
All right. So what I'm gonna do is,
But I'm finna give you the article right here. I brought this out of my debate against S.
So we're gonna do some on a panel learning today, y'all. Some on a panel learning today. Can dark.
Well, I always gotta spark the interest for you to study, humble. You make a ridiculous claim, then I gotta come here to put the inkling of a thought in your head for you to study. Now what? Now you gotta ask yourself. Now we gotta
you're wrong.
now you
You're
gotta ask
wrong.
yourself, what causes Capone to say something
Hey,
that
Capone,
I didn't know?
Read this on the screen, Capone.
Go ahead.
It said I asked you said dark matter. You said dark matter cannot be measured.
What?
Yes,
Give me the
dark
exact measurement.
matter. Hold on 1 second. Yes, dark matter can be measured indirectly through its gravitational effects through the advanced detection method. Although direct measurements remain significant challenge, understanding dark matter matters. So when you asking can it be measured, you're saying it can't be measured directly. Of course, you know dark matter can't be measured directly. But
you didn't know that until you just read that, Humble. Quit lying. You didn't know that until you just read that.
How? That's in my presentation. What are you talking
okay,
about?
Humble. Is an indirect measurement. Is that a is that subjective? Is indirect measurement subjective or is it objective?
It's objective. You can objectively see the effects of dark matter's gravitational effect. How is that subjective?
Bro, you just saying the same thing, mixing the words up. That don't make it make sense, Humble.
Bro.
Ask the question: is indirect measurements are they no, it ain't, because it's subjective to the measurement that you're measuring it off of. If you say that the speed of light is instantaneously, right? But we know that light travel through what they call it, through not a vacuum, but what they call it, a medium, right? You need a medium to measure the light, right? The light velocity or the speed of light. So,
matter of fact, hold on, time out, Capone.
If you remove that medium, do that mean that we don't have a speed of light, or that just mean that we can't measure it? Which one?
Hold on 1 second. No, we can most definitely measure the speed of light. But hold on real fast. No, because what we did with dark matter, I want to get back to this real fast. You see how I just asked, can we measure dark matter? And it said yes, indirectly. Why can't
so indirectly? Okay, so indirectly. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question. Why can't we measure God indirectly like we measure dark matter if God exists?
So Humble, I can say the same thing and say indirectly we can prove God.
How? You would then have to do that. You can't do that.
We have. That's why we got written text that say so. That's the indirect measurement. Hold on, Humble. That's the indirect proof. Is the text. That's
not indirect proof.
Yes, that's the indirect. That's the indirect proof. Is the text.
This is terrible.
That's the indirect proof. Is the text.
So listen, this is why I wanted to bring it back.
So now, what is the indirect measurement that they're using?
The effects of the gravitational pull. The effects of the gravitational. Hold on, Capone. Hold on. The effects of the gravitational pull is objective. What objective trait do God have that we can measure?
Hey, hold on. So you just using words, bro. That's all you doing. You just rephrasing what that just said. You not proving it. Don't you know a title? Don't you know a thing? They can give you a title of an abstract, but in an abstract, it could be saying something completely different. What is the indirect force that is what is that? What do that consist of?
This is listen. This is what we call we could just go research. Don't take a lot of research, bro. There are three main avenues of research.
Hold on. How it don't take a lot of research if directly we can't measure it?
Hold on, I'm about to explain to you.
You just said it's a challenge directly.
Hold on, real fast, Capone. Once you dive into this and you get deep enough into this, a lot of this stuff is just searches. People have already did the work. We don't have to act like, oh, this is groundbreaking stuff and don't nobody know what this is. There's people out here who've already measured dark matter. There's physicists out here, there's astrophysicists out here who've already done the work. All we got to do is go research and research the work. And so that's why stuff like this is so easy. All you got to do is go, hey, can we measure dark matter? Yes, we can measure dark matter. Okay, in what ways can we measure dark matter? These aren't, let me come up when I say this. These aren't mind-blowing, mind-bending things that we can do this. No, the mere fact that we can do this, but we then can't measure the effects that God have on reality. That's the thing that killed the whole religion. It's the fact that we can measure these things that we can't see. So if religious people are sitting up here saying God is a force that we can't interact with, but God interacts with our reality, then the question, just as we're doing here, the question becomes, why can't we measure God's objective effect in this reality? Just like we can measure dark energy gravitational effect in this reality, right? We can't see God, we can't see dark matter, right? But God and dark matter supposedly, right, influence this reality. We can measure dark matter through that way, but we can't measure God through the same thing. That's crazy. But God is supposed to be this force. And so when people like the agnostics, like, I don't know if King J, I don't know what King J is. I don't know if he a Hebrew Israelite. I don't know if he rocking with Kim. I don't know what he is. But for the King J's and the Hebrew Israelites like Capone's, the issue for them being is the very fact that this being cannot be proven to have an effect on this reality lets us know that this thing does not exist. We have already met the strong force, the weak force, the nuclear force, these gravitational forces. We've already mapped these things out. So why do y'all think now we just can't map out the force of God? That's crazy. You feel me? So this is the issue that I be having when we get into these religious debates, is the fact that religious people feel like they can just say, no, that don't make sense, without bringing their own evidence on why what a person said don't make sense. They don't make, just like King J was saying, oh bro, you saying just because we don't have the tools to measure something is not real. No, what I'm saying is, if something is interacting on our reality, then we should be able to measure it. And if we can't measure it, then it's not acting on our reality. That's all I'm saying. And so when we read the Bible, when we listen to testimonies, when we listen to the preachers, what we hear is God interacting on our reality. And if we know that, if we quote unquote believe that God is interacting in our reality, we should be able to measure that, to then transmute that belief that we have that God exists to a knowing if God exists. And the very fact when we try to measure God, we can't measure God, that literally lets us know God does not exist. So this is where we throw away the King J's, right, with the, oh, you trying to prove a negative. No. I'm just letting you know that the force that you think is here ain't here, right? And then even when we get into like a lot of the biblical and the scriptural stuff, right? Ain't no way we want to sit here and say, okay, well, they was hearing God's voice in the Bible. God was walking around in the Bible. God was literally sending people on missions in the Bible, angels. People was literally interacting with these things. Where is stuff at now today? We got all these scientists now. Where are these things today? So somebody can measure this. So, Andrew, this is something that King J was trying to say earlier. You can't measure love. You can't measure happiness. That's not true. That's not true. In an objective sense, in a direct sense, matter of fact, just as in a direct sense, people are right. Can we measure love and happiness? No. But there's an experiential measurement that we have. We wouldn't know what sad is if we didn't know what happy was. We wouldn't know what love is if we didn't know what heartbreak was. These things are measurable. if we self-evaluate ourselves, we can tell the state of mood that we're in. Those things, I mean, you can tell if you're having a bad day or a good day. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I think they read neurons and fire your brain when you experience love. Yeah, I mean, hey, listen. It ain't even about that. This is about things. It's about things that make sense. We understand we have our subjective interworkings on reality, but we can't deny that what's subjective is objective. You see what I'm saying? Love is objective, right? The way people experience love is what's subjective, right? My way of loving may be different than somebody else's way of loving, but yet we both have a way of loving. And I think that's where people get confused at. Like, I don't understand. This is why I had to bring in logic. When we think about these things in a logical sense, we don't even gotta get too philosophical. We don't even have to get too scientific. If we just sit down and think about these things, bro. I watch anime. I know Goku don't exist, right? I know Goku is an anime character, but I know for a fact that Goku don't exist. Even though I watch Goku on TV interacting with the real world, I've never seen that nigga interact with this world. So then how can I say he exists based on him interacting with the Dragon Ball Z world? This is what they do with God. They see how God interacted in the Bible and say, well, God must be real. But they never seen God interact in real life. That's called believing in fairy tales, right? We all know we shouldn't. We all grown now, so we shouldn't be believing in no Easter bunnies and no Santa Clauses and no tooth fairies, right? And it's easy to get rid of those things because people, those are pagan. What if we start walking around saying God is pagan? Y'all want to? Maybe that's what we need to start saying for them to give up this God concept. God is pagan. You know, and that's just how I come with it. You know, once again, I'm not an atheist. I am a naturalist. I do believe that everything in this natural realm of existence can be explained through natural phenomena and natural processes. I know. I don't even have to say I don't think. I know we don't need a God, or there's no necessity for a God to make this reality function the way that it does. We see evidence of that every day.
Hey, Humble.
Go ahead.
So
Hey, lady.
I just read an article from NASA on the NASA website, nasa.gov, about dark matter, right? And they don't give no measurement for dark matter, let alone it's all ifs and it's all subjective, right? They're appealing to future things, to the future. Everything in this article. It gives no measurement for dark matter. All they saying is that normal matter exists in reality, and so they are assuming that the dark matter is what holds everything. Is what holds everything outside of this galaxy. Like it's an estimation. It's a assumption. We don't have a tool to measure it. I'm gonna read one thing real quick.
Read from that, because this is saying something completely different.
Hold on, I'm gonna read this. Let me see if this is okay. Right here, this title, what is dark matter? Right? It say there is currently a wide range of dark matter candidates. We don't have a very good idea what the mass of dark matter particles might be, which makes it difficult to work out how best to search for them. And all through this article, they just talking about how much they don't know. It's crazy. It's on NASA.gov. Put in dark matter.
All right, now let me read this.
Go ahead.
Right? If dark matter is invisible, how do we know it exists? This is by Robert Lear, published by May 4th, 2023. All right, say despite making up most of matter in the universe, dark matter doesn't interact with light. So how do astronomers know it is there? Right? In April 2023, scientists from the Academia Cosmology Telescope, ACT, collaboration created a map of the universe showing the detailed distribution of dark matter, a mysterious form of matter that make up around 85% of the total matter in the universe. While creating any accurate map of how matter's distribution across the cosmos is an impressive feat, it is particularly extraordinary for dark matter, which does not interact with light and thus cannot be seen directly with telescopes or other instruments. So if dark matter is effectively invisible, how can scientists map it? And how do we even know dark matter exists? Put simply, to detect dark matter, astronomers look at its indirect effects on gravity and how it impacts other objects within mass and light. Okay. All galaxies are believed to be wrapped in an invisible hole of dark matter, and this envelope is vitally important. Galaxies are rotating rapidly without dark matter. They would have been torn apart long ago. If they were held together only by the influence of their stars, gases, dust, planets, according to the European Organization of Nuclear Research, CERN. As such, this mysterious substance must have played an important role in the evolution of the universe. Okay, so we got to get everything we see around us on a day-to-day basis is made up of ordinary matter known as baryonic matter, meaning it's composed of baryons such as protons, neutrons, according to the Swinburne Centers of Astrophysics and Supercomputing. Cosmic objects made of bionic matter include clouds, cold gas, planet, cosmics, asteroid stars, neutron stars, and even black holes. Most of these cosmic objects, as well as earthbound objects such as tablets, cars, cats, can be seen because baryons interact with the electromagnetic force, one of the universe's four fundamental forces. When electromagnetic radiation, including visible light, falls on baryonic objects, they absorb photons and re-emit them, or simply reflect them. So these objects can be seen. Even dark clouds of cosmic gas that do not shine brightly absorb photons of light that certain wavelengths. So they can be seen by their interaction with light, right? Okay, so here it is right here. Scientists know that dark matter is distinct from ordinary baryonic matter because whatever particles dark matter comprise either do not reflect, absorb, or emit electromagnetic radiation, or if they do interact with light, they do so incredibly weakly. This means dark matter can be seen in traditional ways that rely on electromagnetic radiation. It can't be seen that rely on. So how do we see them? Okay, how do astronomers use electromagnetic spectrum? No.
Don't give a measurement, humble.
Although do not interact strongly. Okay, bam. So electromagnetism, it does interact with
You're not going to find a measurement, humble.
Huh?
You're not going to find a measure. All we know is that it is 80% of the universe.
But that's a measure.
Some may say 67%. And that's loosely. It's not a measurement. We don't even know the particles that it's made of. It's non-baryonic, meaning they don't know if it's made. It's not made the same way like planets, stars, and everything else in the physical universe. They don't even know the particles that it's made of. They don't even know the subatomic particles. We haven't got that far yet, humble. That's why I brought it up.
No, let's get here.
Go ahead.
Because here goes somebody. Hold on one second. Because here goes somebody. So it say the first hints of dark matter were observed in 1933 when California Institute of Technology astronomers Fritz Zwicky That shit, Wiki, that shit make me think about Transformers.
Yes,
Use the Mount Wilson Observatory to measure the visible mass of the Karma cluster of galaxies. Zwicky, later dubbed the father of dark matter, found that single galaxies in this cluster were moving too fast for the cluster to remain together based on gravity of the visible matter alone. Zwicky suggested that as yet unobserved type of mass, dunkelmatry or dark matter might explain this disparity, but the concept wouldn't be widely accepted for decades to come until after 1974. While studying the rotational dynamics of galaxies, Carnegie Institute, hey, I know Carnegie is, Carnegie Institute of Astronomers, Vera Rubin became the next scientist to infer the presence of dark matter with observations that helped to cement it as accepted element of the universe. Rubin saw that the stars at the edge of spiral galaxies far from their dense centers were moving as fast as star clusters to the galactic heart. According to the American Museum of Natural History, this was odd, as the visible mass of galaxies shouldn't have enough gravitational influence to keep stars moving rapidly in sparsely populated outer regions in place. This meant that there had to be a huge amount of invisible matter in the outer regions of galaxies away from dense stellar populations. Rubin calculated that visible matter in the galaxy she observed must account for just 10% of their mass. And when revisiting Zawicki's findings from around 4 decades before, she discovered that a small ratio of seen and unseen matter bind the Karma cluster. Since 1970s, the Rubin's discovery, astronomers have been using the gravitational influence of dark matter on the very fabric of space to better infer the location of dark matter. So this right here, they use the gravitational influence of dark matter. So now, let's say to map dark matter, astronomers use Albert Einstein's 1915 theory of general relativity, right? So this is to map.
And why would they use now? Listen, why would you be using Einstein theory of relativity if they're saying that dark matter is not made of particles or atoms like stars and clusters and galaxies?
Because just this
so why
right
would Einstein theory of relativity work for that? It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. That's why we can't measure it. Because if it worked, Humble, we would be able to measure it.
Okay, so because of this quote,
going down a rabbit hole, bro.
Space and time tells matter how to move. Matter tells space and time how to curve. So why would they go back to general relativity, right? Because if this is a force, like the gravitational force, then it must be affecting time and space in some way. So this is not, that's not a right. Well, okay. So that was an assumption, right? That was an assumption for them to then test the falsifiable proof, right?
Okay. This is all I'm saying. All I'm saying, you can't make them know something that they don't know.
No, it's
like
not
if I ask you, how big is the ocean?
That's you would have to. The whole ocean isn't even mapped out yet, so we wouldn't know.
Okay.
But it is mapped.
Okay, so that's the thing. You know, scientists and astrophysicists, they're okay with saying we just don't know.
Okay,
you know
so
that, right?
Listen to this. Listen, I think this is where we're missing each other. We're missing each other, even based off the question you just asked me. We're missing each other because you just asked me, well, how big is the ocean? We don't know how big the ocean is, but we have measured the ocean. So so let's apply that to dark matter, right? Where is dark matter? We don't know.
What about the depths of the ocean?
Hold on, Capone. Hold on. Because we can't observe it or measure it with the scene. We can't deal with it directly. But the fact that we can deal with it indirectly lets us know that we can gather information from it. That's what you're failing to
You
realize.
talking about gathering information. I was talking about measurements. You know, the universe has physical constants that are measured.
So are you saying, so hold on,
speed of light.
Answer this question for me real fast. Hold on, real fast. Answer this question. Are you saying that we can't measure the gravitational forces of celestial bodies in space right now?
No, I did not say that.
Okay. Are you saying that we can't measure the gravitational force of a black hole in space right now?
I didn't say that, and it's and
okay.
even that.
So why
even
are
that
you
is not
sitting here saying that we can't measure the whole?
And even that, is not exactly.
Hold on, I'm gonna land my plane right here. So
the horizon of the black hole is measured.
Here and say that we can't measure the gravitational pull of dark matter
because we can't, humble.
That don't make sense, bro. So
you haven't gave a measurement this whole. Humble. Listen, you had the whole internet. You had the whole internet at your disposal, and you haven't gave me a measurement yet.
Hold on, Capone. You're saying that we can measure gravitational forces, but you're saying we can't measure the gravitational force when it comes to dark matter.
Because dark matter doesn't have an effect. It doesn't have an effect on photons. Dark matter doesn't have an effect on photons. Doesn't have an effect.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It's non-bionic. It's non-bionic. Look that up.
I just read that to you, but the gravitational.
Bro, I just read it in the article that I was reading. While you was reading that.
So once again, hold on one second, Capone. Let's slow down for a
second. What does non-bionic mean, humble?
Hold on.
You talking about like you just taught me something. What does non-bionic mean?
It means visible light, things that interact through the visible light spectrum.
You're making that up. That's not what it means.
Let me go back.
You could have just looked it up, humble. It means that the atoms that make stars, the subatomic particles that the stars are made of, left over from the CMB or the Big Bang, is that non-bionic mean that it's not made of those things. Simple, bro. You don't have to. You don't have to try to formulate an answer.
Let's take this slow.
You making stuff up. You like literally creating these.
All right, so Capone, let's take this slow, Capone. Let's take this slow. Where we are missing each other at once again is you are now disregarding the fact that there are scientists out here right now measuring dark matter, the gravitational effect of dark matter. And you're saying because we can't interact with it firsthand, that we can't interact with it directly. Indirectly, I apologize. And so what I'm letting you know, even what I'm reading, is we can indirectly measure dark matter. Now, when we indirectly measure dark matter, what are we measuring? We're measuring the gravitational effects of dark matter. That's objective. You can say that, oh, well, dark matter is subjective. Okay, even if we go with that. The effects of dark matter. What's the gravitational effect? I got you. I'm going to let you in here.
Go ahead.
We can say, even if I give Capone that dark matter is subjective, even if I give that to him, right? But guess what's objective, y'all? The effects, the gravitational effects of dark matter is objective. We can see that. We can measure that. We know that dark matter has an effect on our galaxy. We know that. That ain't a guess. That ain't a hypothesis. That ain't a assertion. That's a fact. Go ahead, Capone. Go ahead.
So what is the effect that it has, humble? Since you want to bring up the effects, now tell us what's the effect that it has on the gravitational pull. You haven't read that. You haven't said it because it's not there.
Bro, you're reading it on the screen. Let me go back to the screen real quick.
Man, go ahead. What's the
Okay.
effect that it has? What it does?
When we
What's the
measure
behavior of
dark
it?
matter, right? Dark matter cannot be directly observed, but scientists can measure its presence through gravitational effects and experimental detection methods. Indirect detection via gravity. Dark matter does not interact with light or electromagnetic forces, making it invisible to conventional telescopes. Its presence is inferred from gravitational effects on visible matter, such as the rotation curves of galaxies, the motion of galaxy clusters, the gravitational lensing, where the light from distant objects is bent by unseen mass. Wow. So we know that dark matter bends light that we can see. In our solar system, studies suggest that about 45% of the galactic gravitational force acting upon an object is due to dark matter, with the remainder from ordinary matter. Let's go to NASA. What do NASA say? Right? Pictures of the Milky Way shows billions of stars arranged in a spiral pattern, radiating out from the center, with illuminated gases between them. But our eyes can only glimpse the surface of what holds our galaxy together. About 95% of the mass of our galaxy is invisible and does not interact with light. It is made up of mysterious substance called dark matter, which has never been directly measured. Now, a new study calculates how dark matter gravity affects objects in our solar system. So Capone just asked me a question. How can we, or what does dark matter affect in our solar system? Dark matter gravity affects objects in our solar system, including spacecrafts and distant comets. It also proposes a way that dark matter influence could be directly observed with a future experiment. The article is published in the monthly notice of the Royal Astronomical Society. We're predicting that, oh damn, so not only, hold on, time out, I gotta stop right here, because this right here just threw a whole curveball on what Capone was saying. Not only have they already measured and doing measurements back then, they are now working with past measurements past experiments coming up with a future experiment that's going to allow us to measure dark matter even better than what we did before. So this is what
you're
they're saying.
Is they appealing to the future.
What I'm saying. This is what they're saying.
So they're appealing to the future. That's a fallacy, Humble.
No, what they're saying. How is that a fallacy?
Right now, we don't have the tools to measure it.
Bro,
just admit that.
It's a fallacy. Hold on, Capone. Hold on. I want y'all to really hear what Capone just said. Capone just said it's a fallacy to bank on the fact that you're going to be able to come up with a future experiment that can measure dark matter more precisely than any experiment in the past. How is that a fallacy? Last time I checked, right? Isn't that what science does? Doesn't science get better over time? Right? So the experiments from the past or the experiments in the future should be better experiments than the experiment in the past. So how is that right there? I don't see. This is why we say we got to use logic, bro. If I come up here and say, bro, listen, I didn't did all the work on the past astronomers and how they measure dark matter, and I didn't put all of that in this work right here, and then now we're coming up with a new experiment that's going to be able to measure dark matter 10 times better or 100 times better than they was able to do it in the past. How is that a stretch? Isn't that what they said about James Webb Telescope? Didn't they say way before it was finished, they said James Webb Telescope will be able to measure objects in space that no other telescope was able to measure before? Was that a fallacy when they said that about the James Webb Telescope? So now, why is that a fallacy when they're talking about new experiments that's going to be had here in 2026, 2027? I believe they set up to 2030 with from 2026 to 2030 about dark matter. How is this effect? So what Capone is saying is they just blowing smoke up the chimney. These niggas just saying shit. They don't believe the shit they saying. Listen, they coming out and they telling us they're going to have better experiments, but we ain't going to see no better experiments, which I personally very doubt. I think we are going to see better results from these experiments that we do now than we did back in the past, because we now have more valuable tools. We now have more useful tools to measure these things and make better do better experiments and better calculations and things of that nature. So that's my only thing is, and this goes all the way back to, we can prove the God of Abraham does not exist. How do we prove this? We just sat here and talked about dark matter. We know dark matter exists. We know it exists. We can't see it. We can't even directly interact with it. But we know it exists because we know we can measure the gravitational effects from it, right? This is not just with dark matter. This is with anything in our reality. Anything that exists within our reality, we can measure it in one form or another. If the God of Abraham exists within our reality, even if he exists outside and within, some of them like to say that, oh, he's supernatural and natural. Even if I give him that, right? We should be able to measure this force. We should be able to measure the changes of our universe when this external being imposes his will on our internal reality. And so this is how we can measure, or this is how we can start to have conversations about God. I'm gonna wrap it up here short. This was a short show. Hey, what's up, y'all? Come on up here, y'all. Come on up here, y'all. But this is how we can start to have the conversations about the concept of God. Now, if somebody up here was to ask me, do God exist as a concept? I would say yes. God most definitely exists as a concept. But does concepts exist within this reality? No. Just because something is a concept doesn't mean it exists within this reality. And so this is, first you need an image of God. No, there is no, we don't have an image of God. They can't give an image of God immortal. They can't give it. The only Divinity Institute has proposed. Hold on. Hey, hold on 1 second. I want to go. I gotta see what Quantum gotta say. The only Divinity Institute has proposed experimentation exercises that will help answer some of these questions. Hey. First, you must find an image of God. The issue is God don't have an image. And the moment you do place an image of God, then God falls into the realm of physicality. Once God falls into the realm of physicality, now God is subjected to the physical laws of nature. Once God is subjected to the physical laws of nature, God is no longer all-powerful. Logic. You see how that logic works? Once you give God an image, God then loses its omnipotence, because then it becomes subjected to the physical laws of nature that it encompasses. That's logic right there. Like 5 exists on a number line, a concept. Exactly. Just like 5 exists on a number line, a concept. Exactly. It exists, it's just not literal. Okay, I see the Jabari stance. It exists, it's just not literal. Everybody else got images of their God, but then allegedly, allegedly everybody got images of their God. You know what I'm saying? And again, the moment.
The reason I brought it up, humble, I was on the phone. The reason that I brought it up is because it's
hold on real fast,
hypothetical.
Capone, hold your voice 1 second. I apologize, Brody. Hey,
I was on the phone.
I apologize, Quantum. I ain't even see you down there, Brody. I got so much stuff down here, my guy. I ain't even see you down there. That's my badness, bro.
Yeah. I know. I ain't been waiting long. What's up with y'all, man? Peace to the panel.
Man, we up here getting into it. You know how we do.
Peace to the chat. This a nice conversation, man. Nice bill. Appreciate you. I'm glad I got to come in and get some of that information. In the end point, I'll just say I agree with you about the proposed experimentation that science and other departments that question reality are going to propose the right questions to look at it from the right perspective, and we will find those things like GDN said, it's something there, but we don't know exactly what it is, and we don't measurement, and that's what you saying. We're gonna bring forth experimentation to find out what it is. Now that we can recognize that it's something, now it's gonna take us time, we know that, to figure out what those things are, since we haven't been able to detect them in the fashion that we've detected physical, what we call physical matter. And it's gonna be a flow of something. Watch, it's gonna be that thing that we say, "Oh, that's what makes the events go."
So how they?
But
don't you know how they?
There, I was just wanting to say, man, nice bill, man. Appreciation to y'all.
I appreciate you, Quantum. Hey, do you want to say anything to the topic? How you with the presentation, things of that nature? Was you watching that, Quantum?
So humble.
Go ahead, Brody.
So don't you know how the Egyptians had the name for Ra as the sun, right? So in the Hebrew tradition, what holds the universe together is what scientists is calling dark matter, my bad. That invisible force that's holding it together would be what they call their Elohim. It's not made up physical. They don't even know what type of particles it's made up of.
Well, hold on, time out now. We can't make that leap now. And the reason we can't
can you tell me what particles dark matter is made up of?
Hold on a second. Hold on. The reason we can't make that leap is because we've never seen dark matter come down here and interact with us. We've never seen dark matter answer a prayer, heal a person.
You don't know that. You don't know that, humble.
We do.
You don't know if dark matter. You don't know if dark matter. That's the very thing that what they are saying is holding the universe together. That's invisible. That it has a force, because you say it's have an effect on the gravitational pull of galaxies and of the galaxies and everything, and star clusters and nebulas and things of that nature, right? So you don't know if that has an effect on our consciousness, but it has an effect on everything else. So of course it has an effect on our consciousness, and that probably could manifest in a nocturnal state. So the amount of of your ignorance is causing you to make fallacious claims. And I brought up something that was hypothetical, as in dark matter, to see how far you will go along with it. It's okay. I just watched the scientist explain this, and the first thing he said, "I don't know. We don't know." That's all you had to say, humble. Instead, you want to make an argument that they're not even making. And all that stuff that you read, when you read it, it would not give you a measurement. All they're going to say, oh, it has an effect. And it won't give you the effect, the direct effect.
It do give you the direct effect. It say if dark matter didn't exist,
all that stuff is in general. Oh, it affects the gravity. It affects the what gravitational pull? What is the effect? What is the effect?
Think about this though. Hold on, time out now. Ho. So now we gotta. Okay, you said now what
Is the
gravity?
effect that the stars is slanted? Is it a effect that it makes the stars move faster, the light travel fast? What is the effect? It gives you a amalgamation of different things that's ambiguous.
And so hold on one second. Let me reshare this so I can show you what the effect is real quick. Just once again, y'all see how I gotta keep showing this. Y'all see how I gotta keep showing this to Capone. So let me show you.
If this is enough evidence for you, then I got indirect evidence that God exists.
You don't have, but see, that's the part right there.
If indirect evidence is enough for you, Humble, if indirect evidence is enough for you, and I understand the difference between direct and indirect.
All right. So
if that's enough for you, Humble, then my evidence for God existence should be enough.
Okay.
So my indirect evidence.
Hold on, Capone. What is your indirect evidence that God interacts with the physical universe?
The text that makes the claim.
But
why? Because it's making it's making astronomical claims. It's making celestial claims, right? In claims of consciousness, right? So those are indirect claims, and that's my evidence.
All right. So
it literally says, hold on. It literally says, when you get into the New Testament, and it's probably in the Old Testament, it literally says that Christ holds the universe together, verbatim. It literally says that. And now we find something that's called dark matter. Oh, was they talking about dark matter? Who knows? But we can't say that because they didn't have no concept of that. But I just told you a concept that mimics what we call dark matter. Crazy. I can keep going on with this, Humble. Right. But the thing is that you can't comprehend it.
So hold on.
You can't comprehend it. How can you measure it?
So you said that the scriptures is your indirect evidence, right? So I'm glad you said that. So if the scriptures is your indirect evidence that God exists, right? Let's see how the scriptures fail, right? The scriptures conflict. If scriptures is the data, it disproves the premise itself. So if the scriptures is your data, if the scriptures is your indirect evidence, they disprove that God exists or the God that you worship exists. How? Well, we know that religious people believe that God is omniscient, omnipotent, right? But God regrets. Genesis 6:6. God changes his mind. Jonah 3:10. See, this is not the action of an omnipresent, omniscient being right here. This not what they do.
You don't know that, Humble.
And see the outcome. Genesis 22:12. He tests Abraham. This is not what an omniscient being does. We ain't never see dark matter.
That's what to call it. Those was messengers.
Dark matter regrets.
Listen, hold on, Humble. Those was messengers on the behalf of the deity, right? And the messengers on the behalf of the deity was the ones that was speaking to the people. It even tells you that the earth, nothing on the earth could fathom the presence of the deity. That's why it's a proportion. That's why it's a ratio, an aspect of it. It's unfathomable. And this is hold on, Humble. And this is the thing. Just because people personify in ways that they could comprehend what the deity is doing, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, that it was fabricated. This is how they comprehend it. If I was to tell you to recall a dream that you had, you would try to use words that I understand, correct? You will speak, for one, you will be speaking in English, right? And for two, you wouldn't get so abstract. You would try to say things on the simplest terms so the audience so your audience will be able to understand what you're talking about. Or else it's like you speaking gibberish.
But the dream is
You
not.
wouldn't
But
say, "Oh, I
here's the
seen the
difference, though.
gravitational pull the stars back. The gravitational pull affect the stars and light bend it."
But
You
we
will
know
not
that
say
the
that.
dream is not a we know that the dream is not a thing that's really happening in this real world. So I wouldn't be able, or so that's like you asking me, "Hey, Humble, can you go and prove your dreams to me? Can you go and
Our
measure your
dreams
dreams?"
prophetic, humble.
I can't. I can't do that.
Our dreams prophetic. Do they come? Do things that you dream about? Do it manifest in reality some type of way?
Sometimes,
Sometimes, I agree.
but that's due. But that's due to something called focus, right? Focus on reality. The what it called? What is called? That's
What?
called focusing on. Oh, what is it called? When you focus on something and you eliminate everything out there, so that's the only thing you focus on. It's like when you get a new car and then you start seeing your car everywhere. That's not because everybody just suddenly bought your car. That's
All right,
because
humble. Let me
everything.
ask you this. So the dream stele of Thutmose is the I think it's the third, the fourth. Thutmose is the fourth,
Mhm.
right? Or is it probably the third? Getting them messed up. The dream stele, right?
Mhm.
He had a dream that the Neter or the Neteru told him that he was going to be Pharaoh. I mean, he was going to be a Nasu Biddy, right? And did that. Now, this is one thing. Now, did he become Nasu? Did he become Nasu Biddy? He wasn't the firstborn son.
You said, did he? Yeah.
Right. So that dream came to fruition. Was that dream fake? Was it fabricated?
No, you
Was
ain't
it a
got to.
figment of his imagination? Or did that drive him to do the things that he needed to do so he can take the position of a Nusubidi?
First thing first, one thing we have to understand we deal with Kemet is the fact that oftentimes a lot of people linked a lot of the newness or pharaohs and the suits, they link their royalty to something divine because it connects them to divinity. If they have a divine lineage, it puts them at a higher stature. So a lot of the Nasuts, a lot of their stories are they had dreams or they had visions, or the Netra spoke to them and said this would happen. But this goes along with the motif. This is not something that was taken to be believed.
That's propaganda. Okay, whatever. But then we can say all of it is propaganda. Now all of it is propaganda. You see where you go? You started to distort history.
Well, the reason I wouldn't disagree is because we see this in history. We see this on victory steles. You see, man, because I'll talk about this with victory steles, right? We see where the Cometians exaggerate their victories. We see Cometian pharaohs exaggerate their reigns, right? They do this to number one, connect them again to the Netras. But number two, they do this for, like you said before, what's that? What you just say? Oh gosh,
Bro, you lying, bro.
What's that word you just said?
You just be making stuff up, bro.
I'm not. Go research it. Listen, I can pull it up. Listen,
you just be making stuff up as you go.
You know I can pull this up. Everything, and see, this is the
thing.
Right here.
Humble, it's an argument and a debate about all these things. Of course, you can pull something up.
Right. Anybody can pull. Okay, anybody can pull anything up. But let me not say that. No. Let me not agree with that. let's not act like there's not an academic consensus on things, on whereas though when you look them up, yes, you can find an argument for certain things, but if something is not accurate, then it'll tell you it's not accurate. If I go in here right now and say the sun is yellow, it's going to correct me and tell me the sun is not yellow. Although a lot of people believe the sun is yellow, and it'll tell me why people believe the sun is yellow, but then it'll correct me and say the sun is actually white. Here's why the sun is white. So we can't just go act like now we can go and find anything on anything now.
All right, so right here, so you got right here, you say God reject, God changes his mind, and God tests, right? Those are all English words. How do we know that in the original language, because we're saying that you under the notion that it's a copy of a copy of a copy, that those symbols or that data mean that. What is transposed in English? No, from context, humble. And if you go back to the language is translated from other languages.
But then right there, you hurting yourself.
And reconstructed at that. Have you ever seen a cuneiform tablet?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what's on that?
The cuneiform? What's on?
Yeah.
Which cuneiform tablet?
The cuneiform tablets. The wedges and stuff. The wedges and the like the Ugarit and stuff like that. Akkadian cuneiform.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you read it?
Me personally, no, not expertise.
No, you cannot read it. So
right,
so if you was to see that before thinking that it was a language, say that you just saw it, right? How do you know that that's a language? How would you come to the conclusion that this is a language or something?
1 second.
How do you know that that's just not? How do you know that that's just not symbols that just could be that could be to something else? They fragmental.
All right, well, hold on 1 second. So cuneiform is not a language. Cuneiform is a script. So when people
so it's a script, right? Mm-hmm. It's a script that communicates a language.
Yeah, of course, all scripts communicate a language. Right.
So just looking at a cuneiform tablet, right? What I'm saying is even though the stuff's been translated and people have worked and labored to translate, certain things don't translate into the other language fairly well. So it's mistranslations. Dark matter passes right through you.
Yeah, I'm just going through some of these. I want to catch up.
Yeah, it's mistranslations, right? And then some people use long words in phononyms, in lexonyms, and logographic determinatives and things of that, right? And they adopt it into their language.
Right.
Right.
But
so how can you say that the Abrahamic God don't exist if you don't know where the Abrahamic God came from? The God of Abraham. If you don't understand, if you don't understand the language, the context, need to know the history of humble, because you don't believe Abraham existed. So if Abraham don't exist, then the God that he spoke to don't exist. Correct?
Exactly.
That's fallacious, humble.
How? If there was no man to talk to God, then how do we know this God that this man talked to exists? If there was no man to talk to this God.
All right, so how do we know about mathematics? How do we know about mathematics, geometry, writing? How do we know about these things that we use every day?
Because people work with these things, and these things are inherent in our reality.
Right. So so they work with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where do they come from?
They don't come from anywhere. They were always here.
They was always here. How was they introduced, being that they was always here?
By the expression of the natural world.
See, you don't want to say it. They was introduced by other religious people that followed, that had cultic and celestial knowledge. This is easy to understand. It's not that hard.
Are you
All
saying
this
that
stuff,
counting was done by
everything that we use, mathematics, writing, all that stuff is came from a religious concept. It came from a
that's
cultural.
not true.
Yes,
that's
it did.
crazy.
Everything. The number 0 come from the Hindus. The symbol come from the Hindus. The number come from the name come from the Arabics. Everything that we use comes from something.
But it doesn't. But that's
and
not.
It comes from people that was religious.
Hold on one second.
They had religious texts. They had a religious culture. They what we call them is coats. That's why you had the coat of my eye, the coat, all these different coats. They was because they understand that deities or the things that was, I ain't gonna even say deities. I'm gonna say things that was higher intelligence exist beyond the fabric of reality. And you can clearly see that in a proportion, in a ratio from the Earth to Moon ratio, the golden ratio, and everything else that projects from it.
No, wait a minute. What you are doing? Hold on, time out. So, what you're doing is you're trying to. Oh God, hold on, time out. That was crazy. This man Capone be crazy, bro. What you're literally doing is you're trying to say that writing, mathematics, geometry came from or was invented by religious minded people, which is false. Do you know the first time the earliest writings that we find didn't have anything to do with religion? It had something to do with tax codes and land grants and trades and things of that nature.
The first religious text is the what is it called? Is it not the Book of the Dead? It's the pyramid text. I think it's one of the pyramid texts. Anyway, that's a lie, humble. It always been religion. People always believed in the deity.
Wait a minute. Time out. Do you know the first ever complete book in history was not the pyramid text? It was the maxims of Ptah. That's the first ever complete book in history.
When I ain't say complete book, humble. See, this is what we don't have complete. I'm not talking about complete book. I'm talking about these things are
the maximum of Ptah was a book.
This is crazy, bro.
So the reason I'm saying that is because you saying the earliest writings that Kemet had was religious. And I'm letting you know that there's writings that go before
that. That's a lie. That's a lie. They're not religious. Like Capone, like humble real quick, because Capone, you letting Capone up here say all of this crazy stuff. He just going off and just rambling. Like you supposed to have been stopped him. The first writings we have in Egypt would be their tokens, right? They would be administrative coin tokens, and they would be used for counting things, right? They're the same in Sumeria. As Egypt.
Where those images come from? Because that was in what, 2400 BCE?
No, they come before then. They come before the Metanetter.
They're
the predecessor. Hold on. I mean, Capone. They're the predecessor to writing.
Right.
I mean, they come before. That mean they come before writing.
Right. Okay. Listen. Hold on. Well, not necessarily. That is writing. So, but during that period, we already had investment. That's during the Akkadian period, 2400 BCE. That's during the Akkadian period. You already had a religious culture before that, during the Akkadian period, and even before that.
I think they date to like 3800 BC.
So to say that, okay, what I'm gonna go as far as the celestial alignments that these people looked at, like the astronomical alignments. So they believe that these things was deities.
No.
Yes, they did.
So
Yes, they
they be
did.
talking about
Yes, they did.
about astronomical astrology,
Astronomical alignments.
Then I
Yes.
would go to Naphtaliya, and I would go to
Tobacco
Naphtaliya, and
Tepe,
I would
right?
talk about how they used it to navigate or to hunt the herds. And they came back
Okay.
seasonally, and they used it as a calendar, so to speak. I wouldn't say that
There's
they
no
named
proof
their
of
God.
that.
There's no proof of that.
No.
Capone, what do you be talking like? Capone,
There's no
what do
proof.
you?
The multiplier is it. There's no proof of that, bro. And
So
that's
you
what I'm saying.
saying
Y'all be
Naphtaliya
making
is a? So
things
you
up.
saying
They
Naphtaliya is a
believe that
religion? Hold
these
on.
things. Hold on.
What do
Listen.
you?
Listen.
What
They
do you?
believe that.
Hold on.
They believe that these things
No, Capone.
represented the celestial deities that they
No,
worship,
Capone.
and that's why they
Capone.
will come there
Capone. What?
when they see
Capone.
them, because that would be their. That would be. That's
Capone, you
how they
just made
understood
this
the
up. I'm
divinity
not
is
gonna
there.
allow you to keep saying this. What deities are hunter gatherers worshiping? These are hunter gatherers, Capone.
Bro,
What deities
the
are these hunter
stars.
gatherers?
The
Stop.
stars,
Stop.
they was
Stop.
Chaldeans.
Stop.
The stars,
Chaldeans.
there was astrologers.
Naphtaliya.
Yes,
Oh yeah. Hold
yes.
on 1 second. One
Oh
mic,
my
y'all. So
God, brother,
King
stop
J, hold
Bro,
on
talking.
I
1
can
second.
show it to
Hold on.
you. The
Hold on,
fuck?
one
I don't
mic,
have
Capone,
to
y'all. One
make
mic,
this
one
shit
stop.
mic,
up.
real quick, Capone, because this is something y'all could probably get into. This is something I want to hear y'all get into too.
Capone is making up shit.
So King J,
I don't have to
Capone
make up stuff.
believe. Hold on 1 second, Capone, because this might be something good for y'all to get into. King J, Capone believed that the Chaldeans, right, were way earlier in history than the 9th, 8th century BCE. So when he's talking about the Chaldeans and the star mappers over in Sumerian and Akkadian, he's talking about the title. So now he's
So hold on real quick, Homo, because he done stole my argument. He done stole my talking point. Now I'm trying to use it because, for one, the word is Kasdim, right? It's not Chaldean. That's the Greek word, and that can either refer to Kaldu or Kasdim.
I
So
thought y'all already
if
don't y'all already got y'all debate?
hold on,
Don't y'all?
brother, hold on. Come on, you've been talking up there for 2 hours. So you're referring to Kasdim, and this was our debate, so we don't even got to talk about it because you ducked this debate twice. So
Hold on.
I
That's a lie.
definitely have.
That's a lie, dude. We stayed up here
I
and
de-
only right here. We stayed up all night waiting for
Capone,
you, bro.
no, I came
Come
back
on,
here at 11:30, 12 o'clock. You was not nowhere to be found, my
dude.
brother.
We was in a
Only.
different. He was here, King J. A1 had
They
started
started
a
later.
different.
They started like an hour or so later or two because
Bro,
I
we was
definitely
there since
waited.
10:30. They waited for me to get back in the house, and I was talking to them, cutting in and out. We
Y'all
was
played.
all sitting
Okay, so
backstage
what y'all
waiting for
got y'all
you.
presentations right now? What y'all
That's
trying
I
to
what I'm about
say?
sent
to
my
say. Cause
presentation. Look, I sent my presentation to
yeah,
A1 that night. He can check his
What
email.
y'all trying to say? Y'all got y'all
Man, you had
presentations
died.
now?
Capone, he'll die right now.
yeah, you
Hey,
serious?
He would
Everybody
die
got
right. He'll die right now.
yeah.
Dang.
Bring out those presentations. Shit, I
Let
He'll
me
can't
die
see
wait.
if we
right
can't.
now.
We need Capone's. I
Off
think
with
A1 got
his
Capone's
head.
book. Capone's slides.
Off with his
Maybe
head.
Hey,
he
one
can
got
send them
Capone slides.
to Humble. You can send Humble. I mean, can you send them to Humble? GDN.
He ain't got no slides.
And he said Capone ain't got no slides. Hey, Capone.
You said what?
He been
He
ducking this
ain't
Can you
smoke.
got
He
no
send your
ducking it.
slides,
slide?
Capone.
Y'all can get it tonight.
Yeah,
You can
we
get
get
it
it.
right.
I got my presentation right here.
I'm
All
tired
right,
of
hey,
Capone.
listen, you need to send it over here. Hey, listen, we can
No,
get it now.
hold on. I'm finna connect to the Wi-Fi. Give me 1 second.
Oh,
Last
it's
time he was
on.
outside in the basement, he couldn't connect. You got all these excuses, but want to have a dialogue about the information. So you ain't got to present no primary. You ain't got no primary for nothing. You saying, brother, you finna die right now. I'm not taking no hostages. But you caught it already. You finna get it right.
Nah, I caught it.
You caught it. You caught it. early out the gate. That's why I just jumped off and let Capone try to deal with you, but shit, he
Hey,
couldn't.
listen,
But I'm finna get rid of him.
I be beating y'all boys up on here. I be having fun with y'all though. Y'all be needing some academic y'all be needing some academic backup.
Did you understand the point that I made, Humble, when I said that you can't use the laws of physics to prove something outside of that's metaphysical?
Well, of course you can't because it don't exist.
There's
You
no
can't
tools.
use
There's
the
no
laws of
tools of
physics to
measurement.
prove something theoretical.
There's no tools of measurement to measure consciousness, to measure feelings and emotions. So therefore, these are subjective things that you could never disprove. So therefore, your argument is a fallacy. So I don't want to. I thought that was the end of it.
No, time out. First off, because consciousness is subjective, that's not why you can't disprove consciousness. You can't disprove consciousness because we have an experience of being aware.
How can you disprove an abstract concept?
Consciousness is not the very act. Hold on, time out. Hey, King J. Let me time out when I say this. Hold on. King J, are you saying the very act of being aware is an abstract concept?
That's not what I said. I said the
You is.
deity.
That's what
I said God is the abstract concept. So the way that you observe it through rituals, through um, prayer, right?
saying.
These are abstract things that you can't see, touch, taste, right? So these are all
No,
like I
but you
don't
can
understand.
measure the effects of them. That's the point. You can
Just
measure
like
whether a
just
prayer
like
works
I
or
can measure, just like I can measure your heartbeat, right? I can measure your pulse, but I can't measure your thought. Like, can I measure? Can I get a metal detector and measure your thought?
no, that's not how measurement will work.
Hmm.
What?
But I can detect. I can detect your brain waves though,
Yes,
but I can't measure your thought. Are you following me?
but
The
my
fact that I can
brain
use
waves.
the fact that I can detect your brain waves does not the fact that I cannot what your thoughts, your thinking, like can your consciousness, your emotions,
If
your
if I'm
love,
a
right,
vegetable,
your
then I
hate,
have no
your
thought.
these abstract things, huh?
If I'm a vegetable, right? If I'm brain dead, I have no thoughts because I
No,
have no
and I
sensation.
mean, and I can't give you that exact study, but there is consciousness when people are brain dead.
I'm not saying it's consciousness and thoughts are two different things.
Do you
The
think?
state of being.
Do you? Let
Hold
me
on
tell
one
you something.
second.
Let me tell you something that you may think is spooky, but like so, like I had and God, he's still alive. My uncle Tony just happened. Uncle Tim, I'm sorry. Both of them, Tim and Tony, they had heart attacks. They died 4 5 times, and my uncle Tony was like, they couldn't find his PIP, his pulse. You know, when they was checking it, any electricity in his body, and he said that he was saying he hear them talking. He was like, "Please let them." You know what I'm saying? Don't say he dead because he said he's alive. He's saying to himself, he in his body that he's alive, and hopefully, you know what I'm saying. And they finally found something and brought him back. But he said the whole time he heard them. Whole time they're not pulling up anything. You know that he's a vegetable, you know, mentally, but his consciousness so it's always something there, humble. I'm just
Right.
saying that
So that's what I'm saying. Hold on, King J.
you can't say this that
You're hold on one second. You're mixing the state of being aware with thinking. This if you are
but how
aware,
can you be aware when you're brain dead?
how can you that's the point, bro.
That is the point.
If your nervous systems are shut, if all of your nervous systems are shut down, reality ceases to exist.
You have no electricity in your body, but you still have
And
awareness. Explain that.
so
Explain it.
reality, hold on one second. If
You're dead
all of
technically.
your hold on, King J, hold on, listen. If all of your sensory faculties shut down,
Yes.
reality as you know it ceases to exist. You can't feel nothing, you can't hear nothing, you can't
I
see
disagree
nothing,
with that.
you can't taste anything.
Uh-uh. I
So
disagree with
how do
that.
you okay, watch this. Watch this. You say you disagree with that. If you are
I
brain,
just told you that
hold on one second.
two of
Hold
my
on one
uncles just
second.
had. No, listen. I just told you that both of my uncles had heart attacks. They were on the stretcher dead. They pronounced dead. But they were told, they said they were still alive. They heard the dang on doctors. That's all I'm saying. So I don't
That's a
agree with
state of
that.
awareness. That's not.
Okay,
That's not.
but they're
That
how are they?
means
But just
you
but how are they
agree.
aware if they have no brain function?
Your mind have
Does
nothing to
your
do.
thought
Hold on one second.
are your
Hold
thoughts
on.
in your mind?
Your mind is not in your
Are your
brain.
thoughts in your mind?
No.
No.
Okay.
So this is why I'm saying a state of awareness is different from thinking. Right? So now when you say, okay, well, he was dead and he said he heard them and da da da. Okay.
Where do you store
Hold
your
on one
thoughts at?
second. Hold on one
Where do
second.
you store your thoughts?
You don't store your thoughts.
Really?
You no, your thoughts are a part of you. Your memory is a part of you. So
So
real fast.
they're not
Let
stored
me just
in
talk
your
one
mind, in
second.
your brain, right?
So hold on huh?
They're not stored in your brain, right?
No.
Okay.
So why listen? So when your uncle said he heard, right? Them and they said it, hey, it's nothing was
And
going on, but
how
he
can he
heard them.
hear
Hold
if
on
he?
one second. Hold on one second, right? So your state of awareness is not tied to your physical body. You would know that if for people who meditate, we know that. We know your state of awareness is not tied to your body. It's not tied to your brain. It's not tied to your heart. It's not tied to any of that. One, and this is why I brought up
So these are things that you can't measure or weigh, correct? There's no tools, physical tools, because remember the testing detected no electrical pulse. So there's no tools to measure this, right? But it exists, correct? It exists. Clearly it exists, but we
okay,
don't
right.
have any tools to measure these things, right?
No, that's not true either. We have
What do you mean it's
electrical.
not true?
We have bro. So listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing about this, right? Here's King J is still trying to say, hey, bro, there's things.
What tool do we have
Hold
to
on one
measure your
second.
thought?
ECG meters. It's
ECG
not your
measures your
thoughts. No, see, stop. Y'all see how he's trying to, oh, well, okay, well, you're talking about states of beings, but then I'm going to equate that to thoughts. A state of being is not your thoughts. I just said that. Here,
you see
hold
how
on one second.
you see
Hold on
how
one
in
second.
philosophy hold on, do you
Hold
see
on
how in
one second.
theology and philosophy, humble, we can just theorize and none of it
Right,
have to
but
be
hold on though, King J.
plausible in the physical reality of laws and physics?
King J,
We can
hold on one second.
see how we can philosophize, right?
No,
And none of these things have to be plausible in laws of physics,
here's
right?
the thing.
And that's
Hold
what
on
you're
one
doing. You're
second.
mixing both.
No, the state of awareness is most definitely fundamental.
Metaphysical,
No, it's
because
not
you said
metaphysical.
okay.
No, it's not metaphysical. If awareness was metaphysical, we wouldn't be able to interact with the world around us. We literally
No, I'm
wouldn't be
sorry.
able to
No,
see the world around us if sight
I'm
was
sorry.
metaphysical.
I misspoke. And you went crazy on that. I'm talking about your consciousness when I said it's metaphysical.
Okay,
Correct. Your
your
consciousness.
consciousness, right? Yes, I would say, and I wouldn't even say consciousness itself is metaphysical. Yes, we can say that, right?
So how
But
are you measuring it?
hold on one second.
So what physical tool do we use to weigh it, to weigh your thoughts? How
We
much does your
don't
thought weigh?
use a physical.
Huh?
Thoughts are not tangible,
Oh,
but just because thoughts are not tangible does not mean they don't follow laws of physics.
are they stored in a tangible place in your body?
No.
No.
However, hold on one second. Hold on. Let me cut because you
Where's your
asked me the
memory at?
question. Hold on,
Where's your
hold on.
memory at?
Hold on, King J, because you keep
Where's your
asking me questions.
memory
So I
at?
want to get to this. Hold on one second.
Mhm.
The reason I want to get to this is because it shows that you can measure your
You
state.
saving Capone
Hold
too.
on one second,
I
King
got
J.
it for both of y'all. Go ahead.
So, number one, I'm gonna start over. Not all the way over, but I'm gonna start over with this. Your state of awareness and your thoughts are not the same. There's
Never said they
sometimes
was. Where are they
hold on one
located at?
second. Hold on 1 second. There's something called an ECG meter, right? And there's also something called a photograph. It's the photographs where you can track the electromagnetic aura off of your body. These two things, these two things measure are states of beings, right? So let me explain. So if you put an EKG meter around a person, not on the person, around the person, if a person is meditating, right? Or if a person gets frantic,
Gonna pick up their aura.
Happy. Hold on 1 second. Or
it's gonna register orange or red.
No, listen. Or if a person gets frantic, or if a person gets angry, or if a person gets sad, what happens is you can measure the result of those things energetically. What do they do to your body? Now, when we talk about the pictures with the auras, things of that nature, right? What do that measure? That measures the electromagnetic field around your body. Now, these two things, while we can't observe them with our physical eyes, right? And we can't observe them with most instruments out here, they exist. And though there's
within the universe.
Hold on 1 second. And though there's very minute tools that do measure these things, there are measurements to prove that these fields of ourselves exist.
I disagree with everything you just said. But I don't want to go too much.
Hold on, real fast. Let me ask you this question, King J. There's an experiment called the Phantom Hand Experiment. Are you familiar with it?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
Okay, so the Phantom Hand Experiment is, what you do is you place one hand. So what happens is, I'm going to use this for an example, right? You place one hand on this side and you can't see this hand. And then you place one hand on this side. What happens is the person who's conducting the experiment, they take your real hand and they replace it with a fake hand. Right now, you can't see this because you're looking over here. So what they then do is they take a hammer and they smash the fake hand. Now, what happens? Because of their result, because of their mind, right? Because of their thinking, they feel it. It's called a phantom experiment. They feel an effect that never had anything to do with them in the first place. This is also closely related to what they call, the placebo effect. Why are these things so important? Because they let us know our state of awareness, right, allow us to be connected with things subjectively. And it causes a reaction. It causes an effect. When she slapped, there's no reason, if I was looking at the two, if I was looking at the fake hand and the real hand, and she slammed the fake hand, I wouldn't have had that effect. But because in my mind, she slammed my real hand, I had an effect to that. That's measurable. We can't say that's fake. So then when people try to say stuff like that, is fake or it can't be measured, or it's we know it's real but we can't measure it, that's not true. We can't measure it in the sense that people meant to measure physics or people measure matter or things of that nature. No, but we do have experiments that can set up to measure how our mind works. And of course, is a habit that every time somebody talk about their mind, even though we innately know that our mind is not in our head, we always point to our head when we talk about our mind. That's so crazy. But we got real fast before we keep going into a King J. It's a great conversation. Hey, what's up, Babylon Dunn?
Hey, chilling. What's up, brother Humble?
I'm chilling. How you doing tonight? You want to give any inputs on what you heard tonight?
Yeah, just a little bit. I was gonna keep on listening, but on the part where King J asks, how can a person be brain dead and still be conscious? That's because there are levels to consciousness, and it's not just awareness. A level below awareness would be to be alive. You have to be alive first, and then you be aware. So alive, awake, aware, and alert and alarmed. These are the levels of consciousness. So a person can be brain dead and still be alive. So if the person is alive, that person is conscious. That person don't have to think or have thoughts or memories or none of that, because none of that is tied to consciousness. That person don't have to have access to mind. They can lose their mind and still be alive and still be conscious. And the last thing I'll say is that I think the word subjective is getting thrown around too much, and it get thrown around too lightly. Like when people say facts over feelings. I think the word subjective is becoming like, like kind of like, like what they say, everything is a social construct.
Right.
Like it's becoming like the word aspirin or pill for medicine. It's like a catch-all name for everything, and it's not. Subjective experience is just tied to the noumena, but subjective experience should not be. Now, this the part you won't find in the book. Subjective experience should not be only tied to feelings, because the mind is just as subjective as feelings are. Your mind is as private as your feelings are. Your mind is as abstract as your feelings are. So how are we gonna say the mind, pretend the mind is objective and the feelings are subjective to the mind? That's not being realistic. That's just putting ego and intellect and intelligence and thoughts and thinking and all the things the mind can do cognitively above consciousness, and that's wrong. So I stop right there, though.
Most definitely, Brody. I appreciate you for that. Quantum, you want to get in there, Quantum? I know you dropped down and you came back up.
Yeah, I couldn't hear GDN when he started talking. You know, had to be blitzing out sometime. But no, I ain't really have too much of a opinion on the topic right away. But it's a good conversation to listen to. Just listening to all the perspectives. I know that it's something we trying to answer for. We just in the correct phase or state. I was thinking about dark matter and thinking about how we can't detect it and make mathematical equations to account for it. But then I just think about different states, phases, and forms, and I'm just wondering if it's just in a different state or phase or form, and we're not able to
You talking
detect
about
it yet.
Schrodinger's?
Well,
We talking
yeah,
about dark matter.
you can look at it from that perspective too, because it's a point of probability.
Yeah, with the
Yeah,
cat
but
being alive or being dead. So, and that's all about perspective, and that's probabilities, and that's different particles being having the possibilities of being everywhere at the same time, right? I
yeah,
understand that, but I'm talking about what the brother said, right? And I think his premise was flawed from the beginning. I think he said it set up a failure, trying to prove a universal negative. I would assume you have to be omnipotent yourself to be able to know and having the ability to know everything, right? A person that tells me that they don't know everything within the universe can't tell me that at some point in our universe or galaxy, the probability of a God existing does exist. Um, I think that the burden of proof would be on him since he made the claim that God doesn't exist. And then I would once again, if we define God as something being immaterial, I would ask the brother, how are we using material science to disprove something that is immaterial?
But this is why I asked, really, this is why I answered with we would need to use something material to measure the material effect this non-material thing have on the material world. That's the point of this is why it does not exist. If you tell me that there's a being that exists outside of time and space who came to this realm of reality and started walking around, now this person now have footprints that we can measure. The very fact that there's
No, now you're giving us a biblical narrative. You're giving us a biblical narrative now.
Don't nobody say that though, humble.
You're right. You're giving us a
Everybody say that.
biblical.
What you talking about? Don't nobody say that.
Now you're mixing the conversation. Now you're giving us a biblical narrative, right? Now you attacking.
Hold on, King J. Are you not? Do you not see the title?
We Abraham.
can prove the God of Abraham don't exist.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. How are you trying to prove something that is immaterial using material science? Right. That's the fallacy itself.
Anything immaterial that comes into the realm of material have to then materialize. So then it have to fall in the realm of science, making it measurable.
That's philosophy.
That's not philosophy.
And theology.
It's science.
Brother, no, it's theology, brother.
How is that theology, bro?
How is God? Wait. How is God something that's immaterial theology? Are you serious?
No. How is something immaterial
theology?
Not being able? Hold on 1 second. How is something immaterial not being able to interact with something that is material? How is that theology? That's called logic.
No, the point is that there is no material tool to measure this immaterial deity, right? You can't.
And so what you're hold on, King J. What you're missing is once this immaterial deity. Hold on. So the part that you're missing, King J.
No, we starting at point A.
Hold on.
You're jumping to point B.
No, I'm not. Hold on 1 second. Once this immaterial being, entity.
That's why your premise is flawed.
Hold on. Once this immaterial being or entity enters the realm of the material, now, hold on. Now it's subject to the material laws, which make it measurable.
Brother, everything you just said is theology.
How is that theology? Can you name something here that's not measurable?
Because you combine because hold on, brother, because you're doing what the ancient Egyptians used to do. They combined the metaphysical with the physical. They didn't separate their science from the metaphysical. That's what you're doing, right? So you have to separate. Yes, you have to separate. Listen, you have to separate the metaphysical in order for it to be science, brother. Science contains no. Listen. What?
King J, let me use an example real fast, right?
You're trying, and I'm asking you the questions, but you're not answering them.
Hold on 1 second, King J. Okay. Let me use this example. I used Goku early. I'm gonna use Bart Simpson this time, right? We know Bart Simpson exists in the Simpson universe, but Bart Simpson don't exist here. Now, if Bart Simpson was to walk out of his universe into our universe, Bart Simpson would then have to adopt aspects of physicality. Otherwise, Bart Simpson could not exist in this universe. So, the same thing is God. If God exists somewhere outside of this universe, right? As they say he do, he's supernatural, right? When God do interact with this universe, God would then have to adopt physical properties, laws of physics.
So you're anthropomorphizing. Hold on. Let me answer this. Because what he's doing now is he's anthropomorphizing deities. You're giving deities human attributes so that you can relate to them and understand them a little bit better, right? And it's called theology and philosophy, brother. Humble. Listen to what I'm telling you, brother. This is called philosophy. You're philosophizing it, and we're talking theology right now. You're giving me a theological framework. I could give you something, another theological framework where there's a different possibility that could be just as equally true. Because we can't disprove this bullshit. It's all subjective because it does not exist within the laws of physics.
So King J,
Uh,
prayer work, prayer work. You have proof that prayer work.
it's subjective. I
No,
told
I don't
you
want to
these
hear that
are things,
subjective bull crap. Do you
brother.
have
I'm not.
proof
You
that
know, I'm
prayer
not
work?
religious, brother. You're talking to the wrong person. I don't have religious arguments.
No, so here's the thing. No, the reason I'm asking that question is because you're saying that we can't prove that this don't exist. So I'm
Brother,
saying,
I'm
okay,
saying, no,
so
brother,
let's answer this. Hold on one
no, no,
second.
no, no, no,
Hold
no, no,
on
no,
one
no, no, no,
second.
no.
Hold on one
That's
second.
your argument.
So
That
that's I
that
know
the
that. Hold on one second, King J. Hold on one second. I'm explaining why I asked that question. So what you are saying is we can't disprove that God exists, right? We know that God exists somewhere out here, and we can't disprove God because we're using physical tools. I'm asking you, do prayer work? Is prayer a physical a thing that has an effect in the cosmos that we can measure? You're saying it's subjective. I don't care about it being subjective or not. I care about, is there an effect that prayer cause, right, in the universe between an individual and a force that does not exist within this reality? If you say no, then that's one right there. You just contradicted yourself and you made
I'm,
my point, because what you're saying is something that's out here cannot affect anything that's in here. That's the whole point.
brother, I'm agnostic, so none of that applies to anything that I believe. I don't believe
Whether
in
you're
your theology.
agnostic
I
or
don't
not,
believe in
what
your
I'm saying
theology.
is,
Listen, brother, I don't believe in your theology. Right? This is theology. And all I'm trying to say to you, brother, is that we're talking theology. Anything is possible. When you and so therefore, in your claim, in your universal negative, right? When you're making the claim that God does not exist, right? And you're trying to use physical laws of physics to disprove something that's immaterial, right? That doesn't exist within this world or realm or universe, you can't do that.
oh my gosh, King J, you still
You
missing.
can't
You
do like,
still missing.
brother.
Still
Okay,
missing.
all right, brother. I'm
If
asking you.
there's something, hold on, King J, you still missed the whole thing. If
No,
there's something,
because you
hold
can't.
on one second, King J, hold on. If there's something outside of this universe, right, this time and space reality, you keep stopping there. Okay, well, you can't measure that. Okay, if that thing that's outside of time and space interact on this reality, it then must follow the laws of physics.
Wait,
Something
so
can't be reality and don't
humble,
follow the laws of physics.
humble. Because what you're doing is you're breaking the law of the physics. But that question in itself is fundamentally flawed, right? Let's go back to the question. You're suggesting that a immaterial metaphysical deity is transcending into the material physical world, right? That defies the laws of physics itself. It is not like you're pseudo as hell right now,
That
humble.
does. So you saying it don't,
So
King
stop.
J?
Like, what do you mean? Let's stop playing the
Are you
game. Just
saying
that's
it
a
don't,
very
King
pseudo
J?
subject. I do not agree with that statement. And so,
King J.
humble.
So this
Listen,
man King
humble.
J
This
is
is
crazy.
theology. This is
King
classical
J.
theology. This is
Hold on,
classical
King J.
theology. It is
Hold
a
on, King
category
J.
error. This is a category error.
So
I look.
here's
I
my
wish I
question.
could just flash a sign right now and say category error. Category
So
error.
here's my question right now, King J. Here's my question, and you keep dancing around this because you can't answer it.
You
How
cannot.
can we then hold on one second? How can we then prove something outside of this reality having influence on this reality? How can we
Exactly.
prove
You
that?
cannot use the laws of physics to prove God. You're correct.
How? No. Don't then agree with me. Answer the
Brother,
question.
I'm not
How can
agreeing with you.
something hold on,
Humble.
King J.
Humble. Your
How
argument.
can
I'm
something
humble.
outside of this reality, right? If it interacts with this reality, then how can we
Fallacy,
measure it?
category error, right? So it can't. If that question right there itself is the category error, is the
So then
fallacy.
how did
Because
God,
it be
hold
hold
on,
on,
how
wait,
did God walk
hold
in
on.
the Garden of Eden?
Let me fully answer the question. Then don't ask me no biblical questions because I'm not religious. So the question that you just asked is is the error, is the fallacy, right? because that what you're claiming would not apply, would break the laws of physics. Therefore,
Duh,
this is
you damn
therefore this is theology, and now you're talking biblical
Oh
narratives,
my
and
God.
therefore you're debunking your own self with what you're saying, because you're trying to disprove this God.
Okay, so hold on, King J. Let's
You're
back up.
saying that God doesn't
Hold on
exist.
one
So
second, King J.
hold on. Listen, hold on. Let me
Go
make
ahead.
this point. Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
because you're arguing that God doesn't exist. So now you've even conceded to the fact that God does exist, and now God has transcended into the physical realm.
Get
You don't even
out of here.
understand
This
what you're
guy is
saying in regards
terrible.
to your argument.
This guy's terrible. Number one, hold on one second. Let's did y'all just hear King J agree with me?
You just conceded that
Hold
God
on,
does
King J.
exist.
Hold on one second, King J. Hold on, I got you. I ain't gonna be long-winded. So King J literally just said that it is physically impossible by the laws of physics for something outside of this reality to interact with this reality, which I've been saying this whole time, which me and him can now agree with, right? Bam. That right there is proved the Abrahamic God. Why? Because the Abrahamic God, which we know they call him what? Supernatural. But when we read the Bible, we see him walking amongst the people. We see him blowing breath into people's nostrils. We see him talking to people. We see all of these things happening, which we know goes against the laws of physics. But then now we sit right here and say, well, we can't use that to disprove God. That's crazy.
Brother, humble in theology, you can you can use theology in theology. The narrative does not have to coincide with the law of physics. It's a story made up.
Yo.
You can do things do you understand that? It's the philosophy.
So I think what you're missing, King
It
J,
doesn't
is
have
you're
to. Uh,
pulling God out of the realm of theology.
no, humble. I'm keeping God in the realm of theology, and
But
I'm simply saying that in theology, you have to keep things and philosophy into that theological framework.
and this is why these things don't
You
exist.
can't try to hold on, brother. You can't try to say in our theological story, let's take a physical tool in our material world and try to weigh our theological thoughts. That doesn't
Hold,
work like that.
hold on one second. No, no,
And
no, no,
that's what you're trying to do. You're
no,
trying
no.
to use a metal. Listen, you're trying to use a metal detector to try to find our thoughts. You can't
No,
do
no.
stuff like that.
That's craziness. Oh, King J, hold on.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
No,
So
because
listen,
you're misrepresenting
no,
what's
I'm
going
not.
on here. Hold on one second. Hold on one
Your
second.
argument is that God does not exist. All right.
No,
What is
the
it?
God of Abraham does not exist.
Right, and you can disprove that, right? So you're taking
Yes,
the affirmative. That's it. So you have the burden of proof. And
exactly.
what and
And
your
so
evidence
we
and
just proved it by physics.
what?
We just proved it by physics. When you take this God out of the realm of theology and you put him
A
properly in the realm of
subjective
physics,
and
he does not exist.
brother, that's the whole argument that you cannot use physics to prove or disprove this God.
That
Right?
don't make sense.
It
So you're
does make
telling me,
sense.
hold on one second. Hold on, King J.
There
So you're
are no
telling me, hold on,
tools
King J. Hold on, King J.
to measure the subject.
Hold, King J. Give me a second. So you're telling me that theology can use physics to prove God in
No,
theology. Hold on.
no.
Hold on. You're telling me that theology can use physics to prove God in theology, but physics can't prove physics to prove God or disprove God in reality. That doesn't make sense.
I'm saying that theology you can either disprove or prove because it's theology, and anything that's within the laws of physics, we should be able to have testable, repeatable experiments
And
to,
so
to,
if
to
you have
prove.
a
Hold on, to
theological,
prove or disprove it, right? So, and I'm saying that we do not have tools that are to be able to test these immaterial um, subjective objects.
King J, when we have, just like I was talking to Capone,
You
right?
crazy,
Hold on
brother.
one second, King J. Hold on one second,
Huh?
King J. When I was talking to Capone, Capone said the fundamental thing that I wanted to hear. I said, "What's your proof, Capone?" He said, "The Bible, the scriptures." That's good. You know why? Because in the scriptures, we have proof that this man or this being is interacting with the physical world. And so if a theologian is going to use that as proof that this being is interacting with the physical world, then we can only use the science of that physical world to measure how this being is interacting with the physical world. That
But
is so
anytime, just for your just to put into your wheelhouse, anytime a person is talking about a deity of any sort, it's theology. It's theology. When they talking about
when
a deity,
theology
it's
enters the realm
theology.
of physics, it
It
have to
does not.
follow the
When
laws of
when
physics.
when listen. When theology enters the realm of physics, that's when you know you're pseudo,
Well, then
because it
that's why
doesn't
I'm talking
exist.
about the God of Abraham
They
is
don't.
pseudo. Because
So
the God of
therefore, so
Abraham
therefore, so
enters the
listen, so
realm of
listen, so
physics all the
listen.
time.
So therefore, there is not a tool that we can use to prove or disprove it.
Yes, there is. If the God
What
of
is the tool then?
Abraham,
Name the tool.
hold
Name
on
the
one second.
tool that we can use to disprove or prove this subjective God of Abraham or any other
Prayer,
God of somebody
prayer
else.
and observation. Prayer and observation. Right? In the Bible, it tells you if you pray to me, I will come to you. If we sit up a Christian or Hebrew or
And they
Jew,
believe. And they believe
hold on
that.
one second, Capone. Hold on one second, King J. If we set up any religious person and we get them to pray and we measure the results, okay, if you pray to this God told you if you pray to him, he'll answer you. So go ahead, pray to this God. Let's see if this God answer you. If this God does not answer you, then we know that this is not this is not a real being.
So
You
humble.
can't.
So humble. If we hook that person up to a lie detector test and ask them if they thought they were praying to a real God, they would pass, and because they would be yes.
That's not
They
the.
think they're praying.
Your
That's the whole point.
belief has
That's the
no
whole point of
ramification
them
on what the
praying.
empirical
Yes,
data
and
is.
humble. Guess what? They believe, and we can't wait or lie detector test. They believe.
Watch this. So that's where your fallacy is, King J.
Do you
Belief.
see? Do you
Don't
see how?
hold
Hold
on,
on.
King
Do you
J.
see
Hold
how
on
we
one
just
second,
wait?
King
Hold
J.
on. I just want to use that exact example we just used with the lie detector test. We can
Belief
measure. We can
don't
measure
weigh
their
up to
waves, their
empirical
brain wave. Hold
evidence.
on, brother. We can measure their brain waves and how the neurons or what go up and down, but we can't measure the subjective thing called the actual faith. That
Hold
faith
on one
that makes them
second.
believe. We cannot weigh. We
Belief,
cannot
but
measure. So you're
what
not
you're
making
missing, King
sense.
J,
So therefore,
is
the point is.
belief. Listen, what you're missing,
It's,
King J,
it's circular at
is
this point because I'm
belief.
repeating the same talking point because you want to. It
No,
comes down to
because
theology
King J,
and you want to use the laws of physics to to
because
to
that's the
measure
only
things.
thing that we have to use to prove anything at all that exists.
You can't use the laws of physics to measure God or to prove
That's
God or disprove
crazy
God,
talk.
and that's
How?
crazy. What do you mean
How is
how?
it crazy to use the laws of physics to measure God, but then we can sit here and believe God is walking around the earth? That's crazy. If
I
God
don't
is
believe
walking,
that.
God
You
got
believe
legs.
that?
If
You
God
believe
got
that?
legs, then God is now utilizing the principles of physics to
But
walk
why?
around this motherfucker.
But why are you anthropomorphizing God?
I'm
And
not
that's
anthropomorphizing
not
anything.
that's not
Hold
the laws
on.
of physics. Giving deities physical attributes does not coincide with the laws of physics. You're making this
So,
stuff up, and you're having a very pseudo argument with somebody who's very literal. So I'm telling
now,
you that you have it that you're trying to use the laws of physics to disprove a deity is a category error. It's something that
it's not a category
it
error for
doesn't
me.
even.
It's a category error for them because they can't do it. That's what
You're
you're
trying to
failing to
do it.
miss, King.
You're
That's what
trying.
you're missing, King J. You're
No, I'm
missing
trying to
the
tell
fact.
you that everybody's logic is like so. Your logic, I can't disprove. My logic, if you tell me you have
Yes,
a
we can
divine,
disprove
you
logic.
if you have a divine experience, who am I to tell you that really didn't happen? Just like you can't dispute my
Because you
divine
can
experience.
no, that's not true. That's what I'm
That's not
saying.
true.
Belief, hold on, King J. Belief don't equate to empirical data. Belief don't equate to truth. Just because you believe something does not make it true.
But what if it happened to me?
It does not make it true. Everybody
so you're
believes in
proving
Santa
my
Claus
so
at
you're
one point.
proving
We
my
know
so you're
that nigga
proving so
ain't
now you're
lying.
arguing my point that anything that because it's subjective, right? You're saying that my personal experience can be falsified.
No. What I'm saying is, number one, let's back up a little bit. Here's why I'm talking about the God of Abraham. Because the God of Abraham, right? It is a link in the comments. I'm gonna drop it again. Hold on, give me a second. The reason I'm talking about the God of Abraham, and I actually chose the God of Abraham for a specific reason, just so I can let the agnostics know and I can avoid
I'm very
dealing
agnostic.
with dealing with the agnostics on God being a force. I can deal with that, but I'm like, yeah, I'll give it to them because they're not making the same claims as religious people are making when it comes to dealing with God. This is why I'm particularly talking about the God of Abraham. Because when you deal with the God of Abraham, then you're dealing with someone who's interacting in this physical world.
Well,
You're
see,
dealing
but
with
then
a
that's the
being.
whole
Hold on,
problem that I
King
have
J.
with your argument, though. Humble.
Hold on, King J. You're dealing with a being who is supernatural, like King J said, like I said, who is interacting with the natural, which is impossible, like King J said, like what I said, right? But it's happening, and they're saying that this exists. And so now what I'm saying, that can't exist because it's philosophical, it's based off of the laws of physics, it's impossible. Based off of the laws of logic, it's impossible. Based off of the laws of conservation of energy, it's impossible. But then King J is saying, nah, everything you just mentioned did not disprove this God. It's just simply saying
No,
that
that's hold on.
this
Let's stay
thing is
right.
in a different realm. I'm
Let's stay
like,
right.
yes, King J, but
Let's
if
stay
this
right.
God, hold on one second, King J, I got you. I'm gonna lay my plane here, and then I'm gonna introduce these two people. But here's what I'm saying with King J. I'm saying, yes, King J, but if this God is interacting with the physical world, that means it now becomes measurable by default. Therefore, we should be able to measure it. It can't be supernatural in the natural world. That does not make sense. So if it stops being supernatural and it becomes natural, now we can measure it. When we go to measure this thing that became natural, we find that it has no measurements, not because it's blessed or because it's ascended or any of that. It's because there is no impact on the physical world from this supernatural space of existence. That's why that's the case. I'm gonna land my plane there. We're gonna go to Hootie Afar and then Prince Amen. We're gonna get back into a King J. Hold on, we're gonna let it
Okay.
rest for a bit.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Tahuti? How you doing, Tahuti?
Hotep family of BB Toomey. How's everybody doing?
We doing good. We doing good. You got anything you want to add? Comment on anything you heard?
Yeah, so I came in late. I was listening in and out, but I see the title of the show is We Can Prove the God of Abraham does not exist. So we can prove that neither neither God or Abraham doesn't exist. Um, through Africana studies, through all the works that come out of Africana studies. I mean, it's just too much evidence. The evidence is like
Mhm.
piled up at this point, and that's all I want to say.
That's a fact. I appreciate you. And that's a fact. And that's actually why I did this, because I'm starting to hear a lot of people who are on the middle line of the fence start to say, well, we can prove God and we can disprove God. So who knows? And that grinds my gears because I'm like, no, don't. That's an equivalent fallacy. Don't equate the lack of evidence that we have of God to the amount of evidence that we have that God don't exist. Those two do not equate. We have way more evidence that God does not exist than we do have of God existing, which is 0 to fucking 99%. So we
So
can't make those
what if
false claims.
somebody what if someone what about miracles
If
and
a
things that
miracle
people
happens,
and things people associate with their deity and things of that nature,
right,
like
that's what I'm saying. So if miracles happen, then miracles should be measured. Have you seen a miracle? I ain't see nobody spit in nobody's eyes and heal the blind. I ain't see a nigga break down the tallest building, the Eiffel Tower, and rebuild it in 3 days. I ain't see no miracles out here. You seen a miracle? And everything that we do see out here, we can see it's the result of something that happens natural within this realm of reality.
Exactly. So how do we disprove? How do we prove? How do we disprove something in the metaphysical realm? What tool can you give me a tool that we would use? Some sort of empirical testing method, possibly. Like, can you give me that?
So, King J, you keep asking me about how to measure something in the metaphysical realm. It ain't about measuring something in the metaphysical realm. This is where I think we're missing each other. It's about measuring. Hold on 1 second. It's about measuring the effect, right, of the metaphysical being in the physical realm. That's what it's about. It's not about measuring anything in the metaphysical realm.
So you're suggesting.
Here's the
So you're
thing. Here's the thing,
wait,
King J.
wait. Because hold on, before you go too deep.
Go ahead.
So you're suggesting in this theory that the deity in the metaphysical actually exists. Your argument is to disprove it, right? But now you're giving me a hypothesis where the deity actually exists, and now the deity is coming into the physical realm.
Oh God.
I call that pseudo.
Anything
So
that does not
we can't even hold on, stop and let me elaborate, because when we're dealing with the laws of physics, we won't even get to the pseudo part to where the metaphysical comes into the physical realm to materialize. It doesn't get to that point because there is the laws of physics stays against it. So you're giving me theology. And I want to be clear on that you're giving me theology and philosophy, and it has nothing to do with laws of physics. And when you're giving me theology and philosophy, we can theorize anything.
So,
and therefore, when we're there, and once we get to theorizing anything, now we're not disproving, right? What is your core argument? Is that you're trying to disprove this, but now we've established the existence of it.
Let
no,
me address
real
that
fast.
real quick.
Tahuti, please click. I don't go ahead, Tahuti.
Yeah. So if you put up my what I said in the live chat. So first off, you brought up how do you measure something that doesn't exist or something that you arbitrarily put in the metaphysical realm. First, the realm that belongs, or the realm that God and Abraham will belong in would be the supernatural fantasy realm. So, being that we don't have the tools to even measure the supernatural fantasy realm, the only conclusion we can make is that they definitely don't exist. And I land my plane with that.
Thank you, Tahuti. Thank you. And it's not even only
Well,
that.
he doesn't. Well,
Hold on
he's
1
not
second,
agreeing.
King
Hold
J.
on, humble, because he's not agreeing with you. Because when he
Go
says
ahead.
the supernatural fantasy realm, we're talking about theology and philosophy at that point, right? So, and for you to try to bring that over and compare that to the laws of physics is pseudo, humble. Like, that is the pseudo
King J.
wisdom that you're trying to use, and then you're trying to suggest that. So are you? If you're going to try to suggest to me that we're going to just use logic, which is fine, to theorize that about the existence of particular deities and the existence of deities, then that's fine, because we're using logic and we're theorizing, and it's philosophy. And at that point, the whole conversation is metaphysical. We're having a metaphysical conversation, so it's fine. But when we start to bring this over and to say, hey, well, let's bring some of these deities and materialize them into the physical realm, then that's the very pseudoisms. And then when we
We
try to
didn't
say,
do that. They did that.
you did. No,
Hell no. Nigga, you read the Bible before. Nigga, you know fucking God is material. Listen, I got Connor. You read the Bible before, King J. You know I'm not bringing this supernatural God into the physical realm. You know it's all in that Bible. So
but
how
that's
am
your
I
argument.
doing
That's
that?
your argument. You're entertaining it, and you're suggesting that it's true. And now you're trying to use physical tools to measure and weigh and make these sensational claims. Like, I don't.
No, King J, you are this guy,
No.
King J. We gonna get the Prince Iman. I seen him just drop down. What's up, Prince Iman? Let's get the. We gonna get back to it, King J. What's up, Prince Iman?
Shalom, my peace, hotel. So just the got a couple of questions, but one direct immediately.
Mhm.
You believe you got a spirit?
Do I believe I have a spirit? No, I don't believe I have a spirit. I do grasp the concept that there's a energetic me and there's a physical me. And the energetic me is the me that people classify themselves or classify in general, or religious people say spirit. But we know that that's energy.
So you saying what one would call a spirit, you call it an energy.
Yeah, well, I don't really call it an energy. That's what it's measured as. I don't call it that. That's what it is.
Yeah, so what's what's the ancient uh what's the ancient Kemetic word for energy? You familiar with it?
The ancient Kemetic word for energy.
Yeah.
Um, it it's a couple of them. It
The
depends on
the the way that you just use the way that you just use it in the content you used it, humble, it would be your car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could have yokai, we was just talking about the ba and the ka
It'll
earlier.
be a
So
buy your car. And then
yeah,
my next question would be to follow up what the brother asks, does this have any type of intelligence? This energy, this consciousness, right? This abstract consciousness. And I want to know how we want to empirical test it. How do we know it
so
exists? How do we know it exists?
we know your energetic body exists because you have nodal points that if you hit too hard, it will shut down a function of another part of your body. We know the inner body exists. We know the energetic body exists because we radiate light. We know that the inner body exists because if you study biology and if you study electromagnetics, then we know that we are electromagnetic in nature and we are bioelectrical in nature. These are facts. These aren't something we gotta guess.
Hmm.
You- so real quick, there's two things to that. I still don't think that you measured it with your explanation. I could get why you think that. But most of the things that you just use to explain it are subjective. Do you know there are many things that can make something magnetic?
You said there are many things that make something magnetic.
Yes, there are
Well,
many things that
let
can
me
make
address the
something
spirit part. How you know we
magnetic.
have spirit?
No,
So
go
one of
ahead,
the
bro.
ways, yeah, one of the ways you know we have spirit, and first off,
Wait, hold on. So
um,
you already disagreeing with him. So just make that clear because he said energy and you're saying spirit.
well, you initially asked about spirit, right? And then it morphed into energy, correct?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's
So
correct.
like, let me address spirit real quick because it's real easy.
So
Um,
you believe that we have a spirit? Yes or no?
well, I know we have a spirit, and I'm about to get into how we know we have a spirit.
Humble said we don't. He doesn't have a spirit though.
Exactly. But keep going.
Let
Okay,
him
I
get into
mean,
it. Let him get into it. He ain't gotta
so
agree
so
with me.
first, right? So first, everything is not up to like empirics and lab uh data, but when it comes to spirit, we know we have spirit simply because we dedicate a lot of emotion and time into something so lowly as sports. So if you go to a football game, right, and you get hype based on the events that occurred during a football game, you have spirit. If you played sports and you uh, gather around as a team and listen to your coach give you a pep talk before the game, and you become more inspired to play that game, you know you have spirit. You also know that they call liquor and alcohol spirits. So when you become drunk, you per se become uh, possessed. So that there's various ways to verify that you have a spirit.
And for that, I would call that energy transfer, right? I'm someone who plays sports, and I'm someone who watch sports, and I most definitely understand what Tahuti is talking about. When your team scores, right, and motherfuckers get hyped, yeah, man, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? And you know what? You know what's to interest me? When I used to play football or basketball, and we losing by like 4 to 6 points, right? And the team just playing bad, and then somebody, myself, one of our teammates, they might make a big play, right? Like somebody might come down, hit a long three, or somebody might come dunk on somebody, or somebody might make a touchdown pass, right? That that energy, right? That heightness that Tahuti was just talking about has the ability to spread, right? So bang, your homeboy hit a three, y'all on the court. Wow, he hit a three. Yeah, man, that's what I'm talking about. Somebody else run over there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Before you know it, the whole team is hyped. Yeah, yeah. Now, before you know it, your whole team hitting threes and dunking on people. You said we see this in football as well, right? Football, bang, running back, make a big play. You see what I'm saying? He get the crowd into it. They all hype. And before you know it, the third string wide receiver who haven't been catching the ball all day cut across the middle and grab a one hand like this. Why? Because that's the momentum. It's called momentum shifting. You see what I'm saying? So these things, and that's why while most people would say me and Tahuti disagree, I would say that me and Tahuti agree based off of what I said earlier. People would call this spirit. I call it energy because I understand the functions of how it maneuvers, right? I know when I'm watching a game, there's energy transfer. I know when I'm listening to people, there's energy transfer. I know when
But humble, you're
there's
arguing that this
emotions,
energy.
there's
You're arguing.
energy transfer.
I'm not cutting you, humble, but you're arguing that this energy is not intelligent. That's a totally different argument that I guarantee Tahuti will argue that his spirit has some sort of intelligence to it. I guarantee you, I don't even know
I
the
mean,
brother, and I guarantee you he will say that his intelligence, I'm sorry, that his spirit has some intelligence to it, right? And you're arguing that your energy does not. You have two different
right.
arguments.
And so what we call intelligence and what we call a function of nature are two totally different things. This is the thing. This is why I love mycelium and fungi, right? Because they say these are the most intelligent things on the planet, right? They spread and they know how to do this. But when you really watch them, they don't have a brain, they don't have a mind, they don't have any of this, right? They're just following the fundamental byproducts of nature. They're not thinking about what they're doing. They're thirsty. I need some water. Where's the water source? I'm not thinking if the water source is over here or the water source is over there, but I'm drawing close to the nearest water source. I'm not thinking if the sun is left or if the sun is right. I want as much sun as I can get. This, they call, the people that study these things call these things intelligence. However, when you study enough of these species that operate in nature that does not have the organisms that we have, then we understand that this is a byproduct of the function of life, right? Jellyfish, for an example, right, does not have brains, but they function perfectly fine. Right now, why is this? Because the jellyfish is not sitting up here thinking about being a ballerina or a singer. No, the only thing that's on the jellyfish's, the only thing the jellyfish is worried about is eating.
Wait, hold on, humble. Does the jellyfish? How does the jellyfish do anything if it doesn't have a mind? Go ahead and answer me that.
A brain don't. We talked about this earlier. Brain don't equal mind.
So you don't need
That's
you don't need
pseudo as
you don't.
fuck, by the
It,
way.
it is. So you don't need to have a brain to have thoughts.
Who said they have thoughts?
Separating the brain and the mind is pseudo as fuck. If anybody wants to look that up right
Separating
now.
the brain and the mind is bro. We live in the ocean of motion.
Come on,
How
son,
is
boy. Come
separating
on,
the
boy.
brain from the mind is crazy when same thing King J was saying. Where in the mind, where in the brain can we store the mind? Hello? Where in the brain is the mind stored? Where in the brain is memory stored? Where in the
if you
this
want to philosophize, that's cool. That's
it's not
Exactly.
about
Humble. Them
being
was the questions that I asked you and that you never answered. Where is memory stored? And then so you understand.
what did I tell you? I told you memory is not stored. Memory is you. That's not stored. That's you. Your ancestors' nose is sitting on your face.
yeah, you philosophizing right now.
Exactly.
You're
Humble,
not
you gotta learn the
speaking
difference.
facts, bro.
Humble,
That's not
learn
scientific.
This
What
is
you're saying.
crazy.
exactly. And I was trying to get him to understand, like
That's
you're
not
talking
scientific.
theology and philosophy
So
versus the
the
laws of
fact that
physics. You got to
hold on real
separate the two.
fast. Wait a minute. The fact that we replicate our parents' genes is not scientific.
Replicating your parents' genes.
Yes.
You're talking about gene inheritance and wise men. You talking about
Is
natural?
that not scientific?
Yes, it is.
That's
So
scientific. So when I
Yes.
say
so
you are sitting, hold on 1 second. When I say you're sitting there with your ancestors' nose on your face, that's scientific. Because
No,
yes, because for your mother, right, to get the nose she'd had to have adopted it by one of her parents. They had to have
no,
adopted it by one of their
no,
parents.
no,
Yes, you don't just
no.
come up with a random nose. That's not how that works. See, this is the problem with y'all
Your
not
nasal,
understand. Hold on 1 second,
your
King J.
nasal whip
Hold
is
on real
determined
fast,
by
King
your
J.
geographic
Hold on real fast,
location.
King J. Hold on real
Humble.
fast. This is the problem y'all have
It
when
was
it
bred
comes to
or
hold on 1 second. This is the problem this is the problem y'all have when dealing with science. Y'all don't understand how different parts or different fields of science work. I don't know everything there is to know about science, but I know enough about science to know we replicate our ancestors' genes. This is why we get the eye color we do. This is why we get the hair texture we do. This is why we get the skin complexion we do. This is why we get the nose we do. This is why we get the phenotypes that
yeah,
we
to a
do.
certain
It's
extent,
because
you
they
you
come
right.
from our
you,
ancestors.
you know what you do,
Hey, let
humble?
Yeah,
me let me reinforce
to a
what you
certain
said, humble, real quick.
to a certain extent, you're definitely correct. But the point that I'm making about the philosophizing is that, in a sense, you can try and measure when you feel like a certain replication is supposed to happen, and biology doesn't say that. So you can say, yeah, you're gonna have the nose that your grandparents have or your great grandparents have, but you might have a nose that pop out a generation from 7 generations ago, and that's possible. So I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like I say, for the the definite way that you tried to use it, it was like, man, I'm
Yeah,
that's where we can go with the philosophizing, because just like you say, certain energies transfer with certain intention and certain momentum, like
Right,
it's bound to happen because of a certain process.
right,
People can say that's exactly how you end up with a spirit or energy that has a certain intelligence in its own independence.
right.
So
No, well,
if you have a spirit that has its own intelligence and its own independence, then in a sense that's what we're getting at when we say it's a difference between this type of energy that we possess as humans and just energy. That's why even in different type of energies, you'll have a subject attached to it or a verb attached to it, like
yeah,
phonetics.
and that's where we get to the breakdown. I'm gonna go to Immortal Dragon next. That's where we get to the breakdown that there's different types of energy, but it's all energy. You see what I'm saying? So what you were saying, Prince Iman, yeah, we got different types of energy, and again, like some people might call that spirit and things of that nature. Yes, energy manifests itself in many ways in this reality, and we classify that energy based on what form it takes. So we classify water, waves, air, electricity,
Ancestors, spirits, right? Because
all of
that
this
and
kind of.
all of this is intelligent, right? So when you're saying that your energy, your spirit that you within you is non-intelligent, you're contradicting yourself at the
Well,
same time
no,
by saying
because
by mentioning ancestors, and right, you're mentioning ancestors and saying this energy or spirit is not intelligent. You're contradicting yourself. I think you're
well, we
arguing
have
just
to
to argue
understand.
and not making and comprehending the argument that you really making, thinking it through thoroughly before you make the argument. Because if you're saying that ancestors exist, then I would assume that these ancestors are consciousness or conscious. They're passing down your nose. How they know that? How you get the same nose? You said ancestors gave it to you. Was they conscious
Genetic.
or not? Humble. Was the ancestor conscious that gave you your nose or not? Yes or no?
No, it was genetics. And you
So
ain't never hear me
exactly,
say
it was
ancestral
genetics. So it
consciousness.
has
I
nothing to do
said
with the ancestors, right?
that it had everything to do with the ancestors because how
Well,
did the
now you're making
genetics
it. Now
be
you're not
used?
making sense again. Because so if it does not have anything to do with the ancestors, then it's genetics. So if it's genetics, then it has nothing to do with the ancestors.
Bro, do your ancestors not have genetics that are passed down to you?
Are your answer in the way that you're using it in your
What's
philosophy?
wrong with
Are
this
your
guy,
wait,
I
and the
get
way
what
that
both of
you're
y'all saying for
and the
sure.
way that you're using it in your argument, humble, is your are your ancestors dead?
Yes.
So they didn't pass anything down to you,
Oh my God. Just because my grandmother is now passed away does not mean she didn't have a daughter.
brother. Her genetics lived on.
What the fuck? Go ahead, Immortal Dragon.
All right, sorry, I got caught up.
You good, man?
What's up? Back to the topic thing, okay? Who is the original God of Abram? Before I ask my question, before I get to my thing.
Who is the original God of Abraham?
Yeah.
I want to
Well,
answer that if
that
humble
okay,
can't.
that depends on if we're going historical, if we're going historical with it, or if we're sticking strictly to the scriptures.
I can answer it both
I'm
ways.
saying historical.
In historical, it was Nana, Anana. What's her name? Anana.
Well, I'll give you. So I would say, I mean, you gave the Sumerian deity, and I would argue against that because it does make a difference if you say Anana in Samaria or in Haran, the deity Sin. I would say that they worship the god Sin in northern Mesopotamia, in the temples of Haran. That would be my
Okay.
answer.
Okay,
I mean,
so
whoever they worship first, it wasn't that God character that's in the Bible.
It wasn't Yahweh,
not
no.
not yet, but let's get there. Okay, so Sin and Nana, or Sin Nana if they merge later, right? Now, is this God an imaginary thing like you're trying to put on Yahweh, or is this God a physical thing on earth that they deified? That's my second question.
So this God is a imaginary thing. It's a culture.
Is
I don't want
Sin
to say
imaginary?
imaginary. I don't want to say imaginary. I want to say cultural. Can I say that? Can I say that?
You can say that.
Because
I'm
when
gonna
I
say it's
say
imaginary if it's imaginary.
the reason I say that is because if I say imaginary, then I'll give the impression that one day these random group of people just made this up. But if I say cultural, then
that's exactly.
I think it'll say what I'm trying to say, which is this God came about by ways of tradition. You see what I'm saying? Before them. And then at one point, someone out of the tradition made it important enough to worship and deify.
Okay.
That's why I said cultural.
I disagree with that a little bit. I would say
I would too.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead. No, that's a good question, Immortal. I mean, humble. I don't know, brother. I think you.
All
I
right.
don't know.
All right. Question 3 then is: does Sin or Nana have an image or an idol or a
Okay,
depiction?
there we go. So listen, Immortal Dragon.
Because
In
I'm
This
gonna
some
get all
in
the way to
some
Yahweh with this
depictions,
too.
hold on one
so,
sec, I got you. In
and I
some
want.
depictions, yes, and in some depictions, no.
I
Some
would say
cultures who worship these same individuals, these same deities, they believe some cultures believed in making graven images, and some cultures didn't believe in making graven images. So it
okay.
depended on the culture.
I would just okay. So listen, I
Okay.
would disagree with that too. Let me answer this more to Jack real quick, and because it goes
Go
right
ahead.
along to my nameless Namina thing, right? So if anybody want to look up nameless Namina, right, it's where the deity is known for what the deity is actually does.
Mm-hmm.
The deity is nameless, it's faceless, and there's no images of this actual deity. So this is if the brother gets to the point about Yahweh, I always make the argument that Yahweh is not a name of the God at all, but just the tetragram for the nameless in meaning. Basically, like when you get to saying God of our fathers, Lord of our fathers, El Shaddai actually means God of the mountains.
Yep.
These things like that, they're just nameless naminas, not the name of the deity at all. You know how long it took me for me to actually find the name that the God Abraham worked to name was actually sin. It took me a long time to find it out because it was just they wasn't given the name of that these nomadic Habaru worship. Because we're always
Yep.
talking about the Amorite tribes that are up in northern Mesopotamia, and it's hard to figure out what the name of their deity is because they don't have a name of the deity. They call them they identify the deity by the forces.
Okay. Got it. Let me
Yeah,
pause you right
that
there so
came
we can move
later
forward
too,
a little
though.
bit.
That came later too, though. And I kind of agree with what King J saying to a certain extent. The only thing that I would say, and this will put the icing on the cake for me, just like 5 seconds, then I'm gonna let y'all have it for a minute. But
Yep.
when I was starting off with you about the spirit humble, pretty much what I was getting at is. I don't think anybody would get bold enough. Well, I ain't gonna say anybody, but not on the panel right now to say that spirits don't exist. And when we understand that spirits can dwell or have the ability to exist outside of a body, and we know that there are rituals that are still practiced to this day, where if you want to see one or if you want to communicate, I got some folks you can talk to. So uh yeah, just know though to get bold enough to say spirits don't exist is a bold stance. So
Right.
once you get the understanding that there are people like myself that believe that or understand what people call or give the name Yahweh or Yahuwah, Yahweh,
Yeah.
whatever you want to mispronounce it and call them, is to understand that there is a spirit that exists that had the ability to manifest, and it's not telling us that we don't have the same ability. So there's a spirit that teaches spirits. There are spirits with an S. I'll put it like that. There are spirits that teach spirits, and
So so
it
there's
that's
so there's a
That's
school
one
for
part.
spirits to go to learn.
Wait. Wait.
No,
No,
Wait.
that's what I'm saying.
I think the brother kind of meant
Wait.
basically that it was more like a verb, right, describing an action in regards to the tetragram. Like I look at it like past, present, and future when I hear the tetragram. You know what I'm saying? In
The
regards to
time.
Yahweh, yeah, to
That's
be.
That's
one of
fair.
those places of, you know what I'm
Yep.
saying?
Mhm.
Let me give it 2 more questions and
Go
move
ahead, bro.
forward through
Go ahead,
this.
Mortal. You good? Go ahead,
All right.
brother.
So now the Sin and Nana had an image thing, right? And then you said the nameless Namina thing. We'll say it transitioned back and forth, correct? Like there was an image, and there was another group of people that didn't have an image, but they knew what the thing represented and what it did, right? Just
Well,
say yes or no, and
even
then I'm
that,
gonna move forward.
right, but even in that though, that's kind of complicated. So this is why I want to bring this up. It ain't gonna be long, bro. I promise you it's not. I just
Go
want to
ahead.
put some things in perspective. I promise you. So I looked this up really fast, right? We was talking about Sin and Anana, who are known as, they literally known as the same God. They're known as the God of the moon, associated with wisdom, fertility, and the lunar calendar, right? So you see here that sometimes her symbol is the crescent moon, but then sometimes she's represented as a bull's horn. Sometimes she's represented as something else. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes she don't have an image. That's why I was saying what I was saying. That's why I said.
But that's what I'm about to get into. That these things are literal things, which means you can prove those gods existed, just not in the imaginary way that's going to come later with Yahweh. But for the next thing, now that we get the sin and the Nana thing, now we go scripturally, let's say, when they move into their next phase of writing the book per se, in that stage. Now, who is the first God that Abraham has in the scripture at the time it's being written?
El Shaddai.
Stay right there. And stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there.
We got one El Shaddai. What are you saying, King J? Let's get it out.
Because remember I just brought up about the God of the mountain.
Yep. And the God of the mountain had breasts too, and it was a female, and that thing had an image. Do you have an image of El Shaddai or not?
Well, hold on 1 second. When we stick into scriptures, we're talking about the first God that Abraham we encountered, right? The first God, or the first time we see in the scriptures that Abraham deals with God, the God of the Bible, he deals with Melchizedek. And Melchizedek is a priest king of Canaan, and he is a priest of El. And him and Abraham both renovated their worship to El. So this is why I said El Shaddai, because that's what happened in the scriptures.
Not true.
And El has a physical description.
Hold on. The name Melchizedek itself literally means King of Salem.
Yes, it does. Yes, and Salem is also a deity. Zedek is also a deity. All of these are deities.
Well,
Salem was a land, and it wasn't Canaan.
Salem was a land, but Salem,
and it wasn't
also
Canaan.
a deity over that land. It was the God over that land. The people who built Jerusalem, they worshiped Salem.
Well, you said that wrong. You said that wrong, kind of humble, because Malek Salem, it means simply King of Salem. Salem.
Salem is the deity.
That would, I mean, so listen, so that would allude that there was a temple at that location that later became synonymous at the top of them. So Salem, I would Jerusalem, right? Malek Salem. It's kind of it's like a play on words, I would say. But
does Salem have a depiction too? What is he depicted as, if anybody knows?
A solar deity.
Yes,
a solar. Okay, we got a solar. We got a moon. We got a couple cows in here. We got a bull. So now we get to El, and El was a bull, correct?
Yes.
Originally.
Yes.
Okay.
El, the few depictions that we first see is he's an old man, but he does have the bull horn helmet with the horn. That's El.
Let me say something about El.
Enlil. You talk about Enlil.
No, I'm talking about they're the same depiction. Old grandfather type of a deity. El worship to me represents the old time worship, the old deities. Baal ends up replacing El. We see that in the Baal cycle where that whole little scenario goes. But I would argue, I still would argue at this point in time, El is not a deity yet. I don't think El really, and historically, I don't see El becoming a deity until the Baal cycle in the Ugarit text. During the during Abraham time, and I would argue that El is still a nameless Namina. He's being referenced as a nameless Namina in regards to Lord of Abraham. El of Abraham, El of Jacob, Lord of your fathers. Those are nameless Naminas. God of the mountains. That's not a name of a god. It's just describing the deity. I am that I am.
That's good.
Right, but that's where we have to understand about the Canaanite. So this is why this is where so much of the tradition falls apart when we deal with the history, because we have to remember now a lot of these motifs, or all of these motifs, are coming from the culture of the Shashu and the inland Canaanites. So we have to remember now when we're talking about Abraham, Jacob's, Hagar, and they're talking about El, they're talking about the Canaanite god El. They're not just using a generic term for God. This was literally a god that was the god of Canaan. They're not
humble, you jumped ahead 600 years, so you're making an argument at this time period is correct. But when we're talking about the time of Abraham, it's not so.
There is no Abraham. Abraham don't exist. That's why I just said what I just said.
Brother, now you want to play games. Now
there is no Abraham.
I specifically said when Abraham was in writing, by the way. So when Abraham is being written to the book, what God did that Abraham worship? According to the people who were writing it.
That's
now you want to argue Abraham on it. So we're going with the narrative that he exists, humble. That's what I'm playing along with.
Allegedly, he allegedly exists.
That he existed. The first time we see him worship the God, we see him worship El.
I disagree.
Yeah, or some type of elf. Wait, what do you say? Say it, King J. Who did he worship first?
A force.
Hell no. Say it.
Wait,
Sin. A force name what? A force name what?
Sin.
Sin. I thought we established that sin had a physical and a non-physical thing.
Yeah. So I will always argue that.
Just say Abraham was a bull worshiper, bro. Do it so we can beat up Humble a little bit. Because if you say say that sin was a bull, then Humble dies because sin is a bull, and a bull's a physical thing, which means you can prove the God of Abraham was a bull, which means you can prove that MFA is right there along with them because they some cattle herding, shepherd crossing the desert people.
That's a good one, Immortal Dragon. That was good.
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm gonna do the same because
here's the thing about that, Immortal Dragon. So the reason why the ox started, and I know we use bull and ox, but the reason why the ox started being worshipped, right, is because the ox was a symbol of strength. You see what I'm saying? And so even when you look at the Paleo Hebrew, right, the first letter of the Paleo Hebrew is the Aleph. What is the Aleph? An ox head. What does it mean? It means strength. It means this is why it was symbolic. It wasn't physical. But they took the.
Wait a minute.
There we go.
Wait a minute. He's saying the bull is spiritual.
Let me land my plane with this.
So the apis bull wasn't a physical bull.
Let me land my plane, King J. What I will agree with you with Immortal is they took the physical attributes of the bull.
Yep, exactly.
Hold on, Humble. Was the apis bull a physical bull?
Hell yeah, it was.
Yes,
but that's why Reggie about to beat the brakes off this one.
Did they believe that the apis bull was the actual God itself, the actual black apis bull? Did they not believe? Did they not worship that bull? It's a car.
That was a sacred animal, but it wasn't the God itself.
Yes, it was.
No bull worship by Abraham, ancient. Wow.
Yes, it was. They believe that the apis bull was the actual deity.
They trying to reinforce are the gods are the Netru literal, so they can prep up.
I'm just saying it crosses over,
so they can prep up.
No, we not.
It crosses over. Bruh. Let me give you a non-Netru reference, right? All the way across the world in Alaska, them people had totem poles and stuff. And every totem had a physical depiction of a thing in the natural world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now cross 10,000 or plus kilometers on the other side of the world. Mm-hmm. These similar people had totems. Oh crap. Mm-hmm. We got a falcon. We got a couple dogs up there. We got a double falcon. A couple freaking kilometers north, you got a freaking alligator, a crocodile, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
These are physical things transitioned to be deified, just like they did in the Abrahamic world when they took the bull, they took the sheeps, they took the rams, they took the freaking mountains, they took the rain, they took the thunder, they took the lightning, they took the physical sun, they took the universe, and they deified these things based on the natural world around them. I would say a majority, like 70 to 80% of the gods in the old world at the time of writing were majority based on physical, literal things that they can interact with in everyday world. And then the other 20%, they made them up because they couldn't explain what was happening.
Yeah,
I would agree.
I would
agree with
even
that.
say things like volcanoes.
How
No,
that?
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. We know, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get to Ben Eaton because I know I had my brother waiting. I apologize, brother. But so we know that early spirituality, I will call it, so I won't have to use the word religion, but early spirituality was based off of the reality that the people experience. We can most definitely agree on that. Now, whether they thought, because you have to remember, these people looked at life a lot different than how we looked at life. To them, and even still to some tribes out here, all life to them was sacred. You see what I'm saying? Now, what they did was they put certain life on its own sacred thing, like we were just talking about the bull, right? Just because they made the bull sacred don't mean they didn't have other animals that were sacred. They just, because again, the bull meant strength, and they
Well,
wanted to be known as strong.
well,
So,
outside of that particular spot, they would kill the bull. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't sacred.
Certain bulls.
I would argue that it wasn't sacred. It was only sacred inside of that particular gnome or spot. I would say, like in an alligator gnome, the alligators probably would be sacred. They would venerate that. And where the eagles were at, falcons, that would be venerated. But outside of
Yep.
those particular areas, they would be killed and ate probably. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends on their renovation, but they looked at all animals as sacred. This is why
No, they didn't. No, they did. That's what I'm saying. No, they did.
I got you. But when we look back at the ancient times, this is why most of them resemble animals. Most of them resemble forces of nature because they looked at those things as sacred. You see what I'm saying? Really fast. I'm gonna land here. We're gonna get back into it, y'all. But I'm gonna let Ben Eaton get up here. What's up, Ben Eaton?
What's up, fam?
My bad for holding you down. I was getting into
no.
My apologies.
No, man, don't you dare apologize, man.
Tell her to get out.
No. I think it's important to note something. It's important to note that let's take for like, I guess, the Greco-Roman period. The further you go back in time in antiquity, the more that these deities become very, very physical, like have physical bodies, active in the physical world. Even in the 4th century, when you have all of these mystery cults, these people identified these deities as having a physical impact in their lives. That's why, even no matter who you were, whether you were Jewish, whatever cult you belong to, this is why you see evidence of people taking oaths, taking like contracts in other deities' names, because no matter what deity it was, all of them deserved respect, and all of them were seen as having active properties, meaning they can attack you whether you believe in them or not. So, but the further you go back, the more physical these deities start to become, to the point where it's like what Immortal Dragon said. They are just embodying these like animals into more corporeal forms. But that's all. I just wanted to add that.
Let me add. So pretty much, I don't know what y'all stance is on the Neteru, whether you think they're literal or not.
The same thing.
But my stance is that I'm gonna say it once again, and Infant DJ Hutamus teaches this as well. But the Neteru are real, but they're not literal. So that supports pretty much everything that was just said, as far as they're more physical as you go back in antiquity. But again, they have symbology attached to them. They have metaphorical meanings. They also transition over time. One example would be Heru. Pre-dynastic Heru was a lion, And then dynastic Haru became a falcon. So in that sense, if you are changing from a lion to a falcon, you no longer can be literal. And again, the definition of literal, it has to be devoid of anything that's symbolic, figurative, or metaphorical.
I have a question on that. I
wait,
have a question on
real
that.
quick, more real quick,
Nah,
because
let me get in before you.
okay, go ahead.
Come on. All right. So when Heru changed from a lion to a falcon, can you 100% define those are the same cultural people? And how long was Heru a lion from a falcon? What was the time period between those two? And then King J, you grab it.
So the time period, I'm not really sure on an exact time period, but we do know that pre-dynastic Haru was in fact a lion, because you have the Great Sphinx, better known, or not better known, but correctly known as Haru Imhotep. Um, so you have the Great Sphinx as evidence, and then but to answer your question about the people group, yeah, you definitely have the same people group, because all your people groups stayed in Kemet, and then you would have other people groups that would come from the west. You would have obviously coming from the south, so all those people would intermingle. So it would be the same people group, and then it would be the same concept that would develop and blossom in the Kemet.
Okay, thank you.
So I would have a little pushback with that in regards to suggesting that Haru was a lion before he was a hawk. The brother Immortal even gave a reference earlier when he talked about the Narmer palette and mentioned the different standards that they were carrying. I think it actually probably shows the standard of Neckin. The hawk would be Neckin, the city of the hawk, city of the falcon. In the Greek, probably would call it Heracronopolis in the Greek, but it was really just Neckin. And this dates to about 3700 BC in regards to Heru as a falcon. I think it's a little bit later when we see um, deities like Sekhmet, right? Um, and where Heru took those different forms. Like we also see Heru sometimes synthesized with the sun, with Ra and horizons and things like that. We see Horem, a cat, Haru on the horizon, things like different manifestations. So I mean, I don't have a problem with the trans thing. They're not literal because they transcend different um, forms. But my question would be to you, my only pushback would be in regards to Osiris. I would ask you,
Uh-oh.
was Osiris was
Sorry.
Osiris a physical or ever literal?
Hold on, you asking me, was Osiris physical or literal? Are you asking
Was
me,
he
was
ever?
Osiris,
Either one, yes,
was he
both.
old? So was he a person that existed?
Yes,
Is that what you're asking? So
yes.
okay, so you have controversy when it comes to Asar. Infandiji says that he was a person that never existed. However, you do have uh, some evidence that there was a Asar, which actually is support of pre-dynastic Kemet, going way further back than the people in academics put out. But as far as that, it's pretty much split. Infant DG Jehudimus says Asar never existed, and he's just a principle. And then you have other evidences. Well, they're not evidences, but you have indications that he was an actual person.
Okay.
Same thing with Jesus, right?
Because wait, let's don't go there yet. Because Osiris, I mean Asar, like you just said, is a Netaru, right? So I wanted to distinguish possibly even just talking about the ancestor cults that venerated ancestors, where these venerated ancestors are becoming Aku, um, and possibly in the field of reeds, right, and making it and be actually not becoming like a Sar, but actually becoming a Sar, right? They become a Sar, correct?
Yeah, let me go back and address what Asar is in pre-dynastic times, not based on evidence, but based on indication. And indication comes in people who are named Asar, who have legendary stories and lifetimes. And in African oral tradition, anyway, when you tell your history, you're going to attach mythology to it to explain things to the layman. So even if Asar did exist as a normal person who just achieved great things in pre-dynastic times, that still does not qualify the Neteru as being literal. It's just something that's similar to Imhotep being deified after his lifetime based on his accomplishments while he was alive.
Really fast, y'all.
Let me get one.
I agree. I mean, I agree with that because I will always argue that anything that's happening in the duat itself is cannot be literal if it's happening in the duat.
All right, let me get this commercial going real fast. When we come back, we're going to Immortal Dragon, y'all.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
All right, and we are back. Go ahead, brother. Where he go at? My man dropped off. Go ahead, Ben Eaton. We got Ben Eaton on the panel. What up, Ben Eaton? Go ahead,
hey, I think this debate with Reggie and Jabari,
right? What debate with Reggie and Jabari? Oh, you talking about is the Neteru literal, or are they real, or are they literal?
I think that's the debate right there.
Yeah,
that's going to be a wonderful debate. I often have the question, and I stay away from the Egypt conversation.
Well, it depends. Well, one thing I feel like a lot of people who are not, I am not the most scholastic person on this subject, but I do study this subject. And one thing I will say is for people who don't study about Kemet and things of that nature, you don't have to be a commission to study about Kemet. You don't have to be an expert to study about Kemet, just if you're interested. But if you are, one thing you will find is when you deal with Kemet, then you have to deal with dynasties. You can't deal with the whole of Kemet at one time, because one thing you'll find is there are certain parts of Kemet, or there are certain time periods of Kemet where certain things was happening, and then with the next dynasty, something switched really rapidly, and then they would do something, that somebody would do something that the rest of the priesthood wouldn't agree with. So when we see Kemet, we're looking at an evolutionary, monumental megalith of a civilization, right? For an example, when people, I know, a common argument I hear a lot of time over on Beagle is, Commissions practice human sacrifice, and I was like, okay, that ain't nothing, you know what I'm saying? But it only lasted for a dynasty. So when you speaking about, he was over there killing people and Kemet, and you talking about a very small window in history.
Yeah, I just want to add this.
Go ahead, buddy.
I'm gonna just listen. I have no dog in this particular fight, but it is quite strange to me that we have a particular phenomenon amongst humans in antiquity when it comes to like their religious conceptions, to view these deities as physical beings, and it's almost universal, no matter what ancient culture you decide. Now there should of course be some nuance, right? You should understand every culture and their religion by their standards. That's basic anthropology, right? And but it's still a particular theme. like L gets drunk, right? There's a story that I wanted to share with y'all. Just mentioned Inanna. There's a story about Inanna fighting a mountain. The mountain is called eBay, right?
Mhm.
An actual mountain, and Inanna is fighting and defeat. So all of these type of stories, ancient people all throughout the ancient Near East, which Egypt is no exception. It's a part of that, cultural theme. Understood their deities to be to be physical, like to be active, conceptualize them as like highly physical beings with literal bodies that eat, that get upset, that get angry, and it just kind of like pushes it, in my opinion, to say that Egypt would be like an exception. At most, it would be like hyper, like metaphorical. That's why I'm just interested in how this conversation
A
is
lot
going.
of
I
and
think that
respond to that, and I'm gonna let who was next? I think it was King J. I'm gonna let you go, King next, King J. To respond to that, Ben, a lot, and that's a lot of misunderstanding on modern people's today, because they feel as though there's a lot of people that today in the 90s and 19th centuries who felt as though the ancient people wasn't as intelligent as we gave them credit for. And so when we looked at these things, we like, yo, these people really believe that there was beings down here. But then when we dive into their culture, we get a clear understanding that these stories are stories. Nobody believes these stories are literal. These stories are for
How do we
teaching
know that
mechanisms.
though? Like, how do we know that? That's an important part
Because
too.
of how they
How do they
express,
conceptualize? How do we know how they conceptualize their?
because of how
You
they
know,
express
how do
these
we know
things.
that they're not taking it literal? Like, how do we know that particularly?
I'm explaining to you, because how they express these concepts. I think on the other day, Herc was up, not Herc. Was it Herc? Somebody was up here. Uh, I think it was Hercules and Asamka. I think they was up here, and they were breaking down the natural. And they were talking about the determinatives, and they were talking about how they read certain glyphs and how they know when this is talking about, or how two glyph or how two messages are the same thing, but they're put in different pictorial forms. And so the interesting thing about that is, when you're reading what they're putting down, and if you're really paying attention to the deterministic glyphs, then you understand when they're speaking in parables, and when they're speaking in literarize, so to speak, physicality, so to speak. When, for an example, when they're speaking about a pharaoh that has the same name as a Necher, right? The one thing they'll do is they'll either put a human glyph to let you know this is a real person, a historical person, or they'll put a Necher glyph to let you know this is a Necher, this is not a real person. And so when even when we see those things, then we can, when we read the stories, we can see, oh, this person is not, this is not talking about. Great example, and I'm gonna land my plane here so I can let King J get ahead. You know how they always talk about Gab always putting his phallus in his mouth, and that right there, how people always ask, how we know that ain't literal? How they know? The reason is because we actually see Gab a couple of times in that one scene. Once we see him as the literal personification of the earth. The other, we see him as a humanoid figure. The other, we see him as a reptilian figure, I believe, that's sitting under, right? We see Gab in this one scene multiple times. So this is how we know that there's different depictions of Gab, and certain depictions are symbolic, and certain depictions are the literal embodiment of Gab. So when you just do that type of study, then you can understand the concepts of when they're talking about these things in literal manifestations and when they're talking about them in the symbolic format. Go ahead, brother King J, or was that Tahuti? I think that was one of y'all.
Hey, yeah, let me
Yeah,
real
no,
quick.
I
Let
think it
me
was.
let
I
me
think
address real quick. I'll be real short. So
okay.
Jeb is a great example of why the Neteru can't be literal. And especially with that creation story, you would have to think that the earth formed a phallus and procreated with the sky, and for you to think that the Neteru are literal. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say about that. Also, with the ancient people, yeah, the physicality of a deity is very important, which is why we say that we are the Neteru, and that is figurative. When we say that we are the Neteru, we are saying that the ancestors and the divinations live through us. That means they become in us and they inspire us to become a Sar. You know, if you read about Kemet, you know that everybody had a goal at one point in time to become a Sar and having the Sarian burial. All right, and I just that's all I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
So,
fact. Go
so
ahead.
I would just give a little pitch back because I would try to give an example where they so a lot of times we like to conflate the different theologies together. You know what I'm saying? We don't sometimes people don't realize that there are Memphite theologies, Heliopolis theologies, Hermopolis theologies, different theologies, right? And they all differ. But a lot of times we like to conflate them together. In particular, when we talk about the theology that concerns Ptah, um, the bull is an L in Egypt. Egypt is represents Ptah. So when we talk about Ptah, in this Apis bull, they thought that Apis bull was the actual literal physical embody. It was Ptah. They looked for certain physical marks on the Apis bull to secure its divinity. Right? If this particular Apis bull had a white triangle on his forehead, particularly the double hairs on his tail, we might, and I think we see a lot of that if we look at the Nasuts and a lot of their depictions. They have a double tail hanging out the back of that cloth that they sit on, right? I think that represents that the tail, the double tail of the apis. Also, they look for its tongue had to be shaped a certain way. Another proof that they believe that the deity was real was the routine that the apis bull they gave its own women. They gave the Apis bull, a harem of cows that he could have his way with. They fed it the best. They bathed it in pools. They asked the bull questions and treated the bull as if it was an oracle. If the bull walked a certain way or looked a certain way, that would be the answer. They would interpret that as, the answer for the bull answering. Um, Saqqara is a good example. The Serapeums of Saqqara, we actually find the Apis bulls buried there and actually mummified and deified as if they were actual physical deities. We do know that oftentimes when the Apis bull died, the actual Nasut died as well, right? So they believe that this Apis bull was the actual living manifestation of Ptah on Earth, the physical, literal embodiment. So I would argue that Reggie he's very familiar with bull cults. I'm sure he will use this as a way to show that um, at least this particular group cult of Egyptians um, believe that their deities were actual physical embodiments. I think most cults that practice animism would believe that their deities or animals that they worship were actual physical embodiment of that actual deity.
Yeah. So pretty much, no matter where you go, they like you said, they are real. They do use physical embodiments and stuff like that. But again, because this apis bull is symbolic of other things, you
Like
have
what?
verification that the Neteru are not literal.
Like when y'all say
Yeah,
symbolic, can you give me
is
like
the
a
ape.
symbolic of what? Like, can we get like particular? Like, what are these
Well,
particular?
it doesn't matter because again, just like I said on
It
the
does matter.
Rhetoric
When it's
Frontier,
symbolic and
the
they're not
the
literal.
very definition of literal is devoid of anything that is symbolic.
But
It has to stay strict
Hootie,
to what you see.
I think he's trying to downplay the fact that the apis bull is actually the actual physical embodiment. So it's not theoretical. It's not
Well,
subjective.
no,
They
I'm
think
not.
that. Oh,
I'm not downplaying anything because I just mentioned and I just acknowledged that your part of the for the Necharu is that it is real. They do in fact need things and use things to embody what they are talking about. But again, once the bull becomes symbolic of the Committee U, then it is no longer literal. So it can't be literal and symbolic at the same time. Something that's literal can only be literal.
so literal means does it mean real?
Literal is strict to real with the inclusion that it is only what it appears at the surface to be. It cannot have meaning, extra meaning. It can't be metaphorical.
I'm asking you.
It can't be embodying a sacred principle. Once it embodies a sacred principle and it has all these symbologies meaning and the symbology changes, then it is no longer literal.
So you're saying these deities don't exist physically, like they don't have a physical form, like they don't.
So I said, remember, you have to remember, there's literal and there's real.
I'm just saying physical
So
form. That's my question.
symbolically, there is physicality to your sacred principle because you have to identify it to the layman. And it has to represent something in nature in the physical realm. So in that case, it is real, but no longer literal.
Wait. So what are you saying?
I'm
Just in
confused on
real
that.
simple terms, what's the difference
Did that make
between
sense to
real
you?
and literal?
Yes.
No, because I would
Okay,
hold
so
on.
let me give an analogy that everybody knows because we speak figuratively as a black people, as a black race of people, we speak figuratively all the time. So if I say such and such has no money, right? That's not literal because the person that I'm talking about can have money, but we say it figuratively because he might not have enough money to do things outside of just paying for basic needs of life. So we figuratively tell this guy or say things about this guy that, yo, you don't got no money, bro.
Yeah, figuratively ain't literal.
If I could bring really fast, if I could quick with it. One of my favorite examples, because they're literally my favorite nature, is Jehudi. Jehudi is real, but Jehudi is not literal. And the reason I say this is because intelligence is real, intellect is real, but it's not tangible. It's not literal. It's not something that you can hold in your hand. You see what I'm saying? But nonetheless, intellect is a real thing. Like, that's why we go to school. That's why we learn. That's why we study. That's why, we fall in certain fields of study that we fall under because we're gaining our intellect.
So that means Jehudi's not real. Intelligence is.
Hold on one second. I got you. Jehudi is literally the embodiment of intelligence, which
Yeah, but you're describing the principle.
Wait, so is he real or literal? Which one?
Exactly, neither.
So Jehudi, I'm gonna say it again. Jehudi is real because intelligence is real. Jehudi is not literal because intelligence is not tangible.
So Tahuti is not a person; he's just a principle that can be applied. Okay, but the apis bull, when they looked at the apis bull, they did not think they were looking at saying, "Hey, this looks like God." No, they were saying that is literally God that we're looking at when they saw the apis bull. That's my argument. They're not thinking literally or theology. They're actually looking at the apis bull and saying that is God on earth, physically manifested.
That's my question. I'm looking for a physical form of a deity coming out the sky, flapping his wing. So you saying that you saying that universally Egyptians thought, even down to the lowest people, even down to the poorest people, understood these principles the same way? That just doesn't even make sense.
Now, Ben Eaton, that's a great.
So there's a nuance to this, then, right? So there's a nuance to how ancient people understood these deities. So all that principle shit is case by case, right?
Yes.
Yes,
Like
I said that, Ben. It depends on the cult.
Right.
Now, the reason that's the case is because
that's not what Tahuti said. I just want to make that clear. He said natural.
You're right, and let me add on to that before we get too far, because what they're doing is they're just trying every angle to push back, no matter what. You guys fully understood the difference between figurative and literal when I gave you the analogy of such and such not having money.
We asked you the difference between real and literal, and then you made a difference between figurative and literal. That's not what we asked you for.
Okay, so a person who literally has money has $1 in their bank account, but a person who figuratively has no
real
money.
And literal.
Okay.
You said it's a difference between
real so I'm
and
about
literal.
to tell you. So he really has money in his bank account then, right? Because he has $1. But
he literally has money in his bank account too.
Right, but if you say that he has no money, then you're being
separate
figurative.
that pseudo, man. Stop trying.
You can separate. I already defined it. So you can cry all you want to. You can be cunning. You can
he literally
be specious, whatever you want to do.
$1.
That's why you can only stay on the apis bull, because
nobody's brought up the definition
of literal. All you got to do is bring up the definition of literal. So y'all, I don't see what's so funny. Y'all just laughing because y'all know
he really has $1 and he literally has $1. You can't
right, but he figuratively has no money.
I have a question.
You bringing figurative in it out of nowhere. You said it's a separation
I've always
between real
mentioned figurative
and literal. Okay,
and out of figurative
it's all good,
definition, you know what real and literal is.
I have a question.
Otherwise, you would be slow.
What about people who existed that were later deified? People who worship them?
And that's what I'm saying. I already covered that twofold. One while you was on Rhetoric Frontier, and earlier I already covered that.
Deified.
So once again, if somebody achieved something great and did great feats during their lifetime, and then they pass away, later on they are deified.
Yeah, as a being.
Yeah. We also really fast. We also have to remember that really fast. We also have to remember that upon initiation, right? The Kemet people, these people understood there was levels to information. Everybody that was studying these things, that went to these schools and these things, they didn't all get the same level of information, right? Because you had to prove yourself worthy to go up the ranks from a neophyte to an adept to a you had to go through these different initiations. So in the neophyte initiation, you may only learn a base level of what this stuff is. When you hit a priest, now you get into the depths and the widths.
Well, humble, kind of to give you a better context.
I'm gonna land my plan. I got you.
Okay.
Now, this information from the priest and from the neophyte will be very different than the information from the common Kemetic person, right? Because they are not in these schools as much as the neophyte and the priest. So it's just like Christianity today. The only way a person is really going to grasp the concept of Christianity is to actually become a Christian and work their way through the ranks. You can't really grasp the concept of Christianity from outside of Christianity. You got to actually be in Christianity. And so that's how a lot of these teachings was taught. So when we say, okay, well, the common Kemetic person and the priest may have had different understandings about the world around them based off of the principles they knew and the understanding of the principles they knew. See, that right there, that's a fact. That happened.
I disagree with that. I want to stop you because I feel like in if you're familiar with the Per Ankh, right, the houses of lives, that's not what happens in them schools. They're more like temples. So they have what they call our sessions. I can't pronounce it. I'm bad with my s's, but you would pronounce it as a sesh, right? Someone who writes. And even within the per unks, there are levels, right? So the sesh would be the bottom layer, and then you would have the hymnetter at the top. And he would per se, less he would correct the sesh. The sesh would probably write out, the utterance or whatever the chants, and then it would work its way up to the hymnetter, and he would make the corrections and hand it back to him. And he would even then he would be the one who would perform the chants and the utterances. The seshes that knew how to write, they probably wouldn't have any knowledge of that. But I would argue that even the masses or the amongst the Egyptians would have some sort of familiarity with the iconography to where they could identify and know what's actually going on, even if they couldn't actually read the full entire.
That's not what I'm saying, King J.
Okay.
What I was getting at was people in Kemet had the knowledge, as we say, the knowledge level in Kemet was not single across the board. We know that the high priest had way more knowledge than the average Joe in Kemet, right? And we know, or let me not say that the average trader or the average landowner, we know the priest had way more understanding of knowledge than they had. And as you were saying, the Sesh may have even had more knowledge than they had because they were actually going to school for this. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I was saying about the level of information. I'm not saying everybody in Kemet had the same level of information as the priest. No. But the priest had a certain level of information and he looked at this information in a certain manner. The Sesh had a certain level of information and he looked at information in a certain manner. And the regional commission had a certain level of information, and they all dealt with information based off of their level of understanding what's going on. Now they all had a concept that Ray was the sun. They all had that concept. However,
I disagree with that.
Commission,
I disagree with that.
I'm playing it and you can come back. I got you. However, the Common Commission, the Sesh,
and yo, King J, whenever you done, you mind if I shoot after you, brother?
Yep. So it's me and then Omar, and we're gonna let King J get in there. So the priest may have a different depth of level of information about Ray than the average commission, because all they're worried about or all that matters to them is the fundamental aspects of Ray. When do Ray rise? What sort of day it is? What time it is? All that is what counts to them. All the extra spiritual things they may not be into because they haven't reached that level of intellect yet. They haven't reached that level of study yet. Go ahead, brother Omar.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on.
That's really be quick because I ain't trying to be over technical, but I think we did talk about it before when I said that Ra, to me, a lot of people make the mistake and just assume Ra represents the sun. I like to make the argument that Ra represents radiance, and possibly day itself, opposed to the actual sun. We see the literal word for sun. If you ask what's the word for sun, it's literally Aten or Iten, right? It's not Ray, it's not Ra, it's Iten. And we do see that when we look at the Akhenaten, right? When he raises the worship of the Aten, which is the actual disk, sun disk. So I would just suggest that the word for sun itself would be Aten, the sun disk Aten, and Ra would represent the power behind the sun that moved the sun. And we look at the solar boat would be a good example of Ra getting in the sun, gets in the boat, he's not the boat. So I like to just make that little distinction.
That's something I was talking about when I said we have to. Matter of fact, oh snap! Go ahead, Omar.
No, you good. So I agree for the most part with King J. this is where your argument kind of falls apart, respectfully, brother Humble. So King, as far as let me state my point, because I don't want to insinuate anything on brother King J. Like I said, I agree with a lot on what he said, but this is kind of what you're doing, brother Humble. Now you are correct as far as about the different levels, from the average comedic citizen working your way up, maybe a person that owns land, maybe a person that's a political figure, and then moving up, maybe a priest, stuff like that. So as far as what I'm saying, and I think King J is saying, is we're not taking away that argument. What you're basically doing, Humble, is you're taking away the responsibility of the priest to stand on integrity and truth. So the thing is, you can't make it seem like the priest knew that it was that it was something like you said, not real. That like the priest knew it was just only like principles and they're not real. But then they know that the average citizen is like, oh well, I'll look at it as real. And then now the priests don't have integrity, you know what I'm saying, to actually correct those people and go down and be like, you know what, I'm the priest. So because y'all are average citizens and I'm coming down, y'all thinking that it is real. And because I'm a priest, and I'm just using this as a hypothetical situation, and because I'm the priest, I know for a fact that they not real. But I'm gonna go ahead and let the people think. So the thing is, you're taking away from the responsibility and the integrity of the priest, because all the people got to do is how they get everything is handed down from the priest. So real quick. So the average citizen has to depend on the priest. So now let's look at it. The average citizen absolutely believed that it was real, because you know what? You know who they got it from? They got it from the integrity and the honesty of the priest, which responsibility was to the people.
And you know what's interesting about that, Omar? I won't disagree with you. You know why I won't disagree with you? Because priests back then, and this is science, this is historically proven, priests back then do the same thing that pastors do today. I don't care if you dumb, deaf, and blind. I want your money.
Facts, Uncle. Facts. I want your money.
But I want your money.
But so here's the thing here.
Hey, Humble, let me address the deity thing real quick. Well, not real quick.
Go ahead, brother. I'll wait. I don't. No. Go ahead, brother. I don't mind waiting. Go ahead, brother. No sweat.
All right. So let's get back on this thing, because I want us to put everything in 2020 and in retrospect. So first, when it comes to the Neteru, right? Y'all plan A argument failed, and the plan A argument was that the Neteru are real and physical based on the fact that they implemented physical and realistic things in nature into the divination system.
That's a straw man.
Right?
That's not what the argument is.
So we moved past that, right? And I made understanding of that. Now the plan B argument is that because a person who lived and had an accomplishment was deified after his lifetime, that still proves that the Neteru are literal. Well, no, because one, he passed away. So even by the criteria of physicality, Imhotep no longer becomes physical. He becomes Ak. He becomes Ka, right? So now we have to understand this as him not being a physical deity, or not specifically like that. Him not being literal, because he had a lifetime. He is now figurative, but real, because his lifetime accomplishments were attributed to a deification status.
Right. Now go ahead, Tahuti. You getting it in. That's people. Yeah, because people fail to, when people hear the word deified, they automatically think this person was made a god. That's not what deified means. Deifying is just honoring something, right? And so, for instance, as we was talking about Imhotep, did they deify Imhotep? Yes. Was Imhotep a god? No. They didn't make Imhotep a god. But they did honor Imhotep. And so it's these nuances of deification, anthropomorphism, as King Jay was talking about earlier. And when we get into all of this, and that goes back to what Omar was saying, at some point we got to realize that this was also an economic movement as well, right? We was talking about Akhenaten earlier. One of the most funniest things to me about Akhenaten, that whole story, is the fact that the priest actually, it was like Compton, right? When you actually hear that story about Akhenaten in a priesthood, you think about the Bloods and the Crips in Compton, right? You think about Akhenaten like, this is how I want it to be. And the priesthood is like, hey, what you mean? Where our money? Hey, you about to take all our money? No, and Akhenaten knew what he was doing. He was because we have to think. During those times in Kemet, the priest had majority of the power. You see what I'm saying? Like, they had more power than literally the royal family. And Akhenaten, and it didn't even start with Akhenaten, it started with his great-grandfather. He wanted to bring the power back to the royal family. And so the best way he came up with the idea, then his son started to implement the idea, then his son started to implement the idea, then it was Akhenaten who carried the idea through. So their idea, though, was they wanted to start a monotheistic reform that goes against the priesthood, the Amun priesthood. And instead of using Amun, they use Aten. And what they did, and this is where King J do out, the sun thing is, before the Aten was looked at as a deity, as a god, as a neter, it was a symbol to represent an aspect of Re. It wasn't always thought about as being the sun. It was looked at as being an aspect of Re. Then after Akhenaten took the Aten symbol and he elevated it, then the Aten became the Netta, the supreme creator Netta. And this is how we get with the Aten and the sun. But the whole point of me even saying this is to show how much power the priesthood had. These wasn't just mere people who was just out here holier than thou. Y'all know how a lot of Christians and evangelists think that the Pope and stuff is holier than thou, but we know in reality they some crooked MFers. That's a lot of how the priesthood was. They wanted power, and they realized how much money they can receive and how much land they can receive with that power. They didn't want to relinquish that. And so when Akhenaten started to make them relinquish their power, they started to go to war. What did Akhenaten do? He didn't sit there and fight with them. He said, hell no. His ass went south. He said, well, y'all don't want me to change these deities. Y'all can keep this. I'm going to move my headquarters down south where they're already worshiping a similar god to Atum. And so all I got to do is say Atum and this God is the same God, put them together, and now I worship them. So he took his operations to the south because he knew that his operations was easily implemented in the south than it was where he already was. So this is the period
I disagree with that, Humble. Like I just want to stop you. I don't want to think I'm contesting everything you're saying, but everything you said was kind of wrong.
He's been wrong a lot since he's been speaking.
He's been wrong everything he said, and it's like even with the South thing, Akhenaten moved from they moved from Waset, which could be called Thebes. They moved north to kind of like by Thinis, and he named his capital Akhenaten. He literally named it that. It's in the north. It's in between. It's in between, like the north and the south, to be exact. But I just basically everything you said. Yeah,
And then
yeah.
I'll be real quick too. I'll be real quick. I want to bring up another point that King J said about the apis bull. Here's the thing which you got to understand, humble. And King J made a good point with the apis bull. So the thing is, coming into this thing with the apis bull, guess what? So like King J said, the apis bull, they actually gave these the best food, massaging these animals, combing their hair, doing these things, treating them because they thought that these animals resembled their gods. Oh no, I said that on purpose. My bad. Netzers. So this is what we think. We're putting our mind frame on how we understand things on people 2,000, 2,500 years ago. And I want to bring up one more important point, which is actually going to validate my point. Here's the thing here. When they looked at things like how y'all said, oh, it was only a concept, an idea. It wasn't something actually physical. Let me ask you this. When you're dealing with these certain things and they have shrines and you give an offering of food, let me ask you this. Does when you're dealing with a shrine and giving an offering, are you giving a food offering to a concept? A concept can't eat food. Are you praying, chanting, giving offerings to something that's not actuality? No.
Hey, humble. Before you answer that, let me just say something, man.
And Omar, real quick, to build on your point, that goes to your point earlier where we're talking about the Wizard of Oz, right? And the curtain behind the Wiz, right? When they came and left the offerings, they definitely thought it was real. But guess what? It was the priests who would come after they left.
How you gonna say that and you disagree with Humble? Humble was just saying that.
What? The priest would come behind and get rid of the ritual
and that's
stuff.
where it all falls apart.
Yeah, that's what they would get rid of because the priests are the ones pulling the wool over the masses. But that's a totally different argument than what I was finna bring up in regards to what I have to say. So in regards to the physical letters, right? So when these people die, right, and they're writing these physical letters to these people and they're asking these questions, right? They are literally expecting responses, and for them to treat whatever remedy they need to be treated. And if the remedy is actually treated, they give credence to the offering that they gave to the venerated ancestor. That's what I really wanted to talk about, venerated ancestors, in regards to becoming Aku. I wouldn't call them Netaru.
So when they're praying, who are they praying to? I'm just asking.
The venerated deity, the venerated ancestor, the person who died.
They are expecting communication back, right?
Yes.
Right. Man, that's right. That's what.
Yep.
So my thing is, and I do want to, King J, he was, he said he moved north, which is down because he was in south to Taramana. So yes, he didn't move south, but he did move down north.
Up north.
No, he moved down north.
He moved up north.
He was in Upper Egypt. He moved down north.
Brother, he moved from Waset, which is Thebes, and he moved up.
Where's Thebes? Is Thebes not in northern? Is Thebes not in Upper Egypt?
Thebes is in south. Waset is in the south.
Is Thebes in Upper Egypt?
Brother, it's
the
in
south is upper, bro. Stop playing. The north is lower. Stop playing. That's the easy work there.
Yeah, humble, right. Humble, right. So that kills your argument, humble. The Upper Egypt is the south. So he moved from the south to the north.
I just said
he moved up. No, you didn't.
Moved down to the north. He was Upper Egypt. He moved down.
That's facts. Facts, humble.
So, no. Upper Egypt is the south. So he didn't move down, he moved up.
If Upper
South is not
Egypt,
down, bro. You're living in the wrong world. South does not equate to down in Egypt. We're talking about the direction of the Nile flow. The Nile flows from
Brother,
south to north.
brother, you sound
That means
crazy.
it flows from up to down.
You sound,
That means down to north. No, don't interrupt me. You talk the
you
whole
sound
while.
crazy.
Don't
Brother,
brother
we
me
ain't,
nothing, bro.
hold on,
Don't
stop.
brother me
Brother, hold on,
nothing.
stop. Because we're
Respect
not
me.
finna play this
Respect my
stupid, hold
time
on, brother,
when I talk.
brother.
No, you're
Hold
not
on,
gonna
brother.
hold on me nothing. You can wait
Brother,
till
hold
I
on,
finish
brother. Yeah, we
talking.
gonna hold on
No,
you
ain't
because
no hold on. You can wait till I
you
finish
ain't bringing
talking,
nothing
bro.
to the conversation, brother.
let
You
Babylon
So,
get in, KJ. You next.
we
You
don't
next.
really care about that.
We just
We don't
hopped up
really
here.
care about that, King.
Go ahead,
Homeboy.
Babylon.
But like I was saying though, bro, the Nile flows from south to north, which means it flows from south to north, which means it flows from up to down, which means down would be down north, just like Humble said. I'll stop right there. Ain't no need to beating a dead horse like King J.
yeah,
Go
let's
ahead.
stay right there. So clearly, the brother, we not playing these semantic games, and we not holding the map upside down and turning it upside down like brothers Ben and our elders suggested to do. We talking about right now. The location of Waset in Thebes is in the south, and if the brother is moving up, to finish and tell Amana he's moving, he's going north. He's not going
Hey, but
down. He's going.
to be
He's
fair, King J,
he's
man, as
going
much
up.
as you call people pseudo, we have to call you out for not knowing that Waset is more
Tell them
so.
again, bro.
What,
Yeah,
brother?
we have to
Waset
call
is
you out for
dead in
that
the
Tell
because
them
you
south.
again,
nitpick
man.
so much. You nitpick and make quarrel over trivial things so much that we have to call you out as well. Just like
That's fair.
Bobby Westernized,
That's fair.
we're gonna call him
Yeah,
out for everything.
That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? So
Okay,
we
shut
have
up.
to
Let the
keep
man
you
talk.
honest.
He's technical. He's just super technical.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
All right, so you listening? I just want to say one more thing, especially going back to knowing the difference between literal, figurative, and real. You guys know for a fact that if somebody brought $1,000 and told you to explain the difference between real, literal, and figurative, you'll do it, no questions asked, no problem. You'll articulate it real well. But now that this is just about Reggie's envy towards Jabari and the ongoing hate towards Kemet, y'all want to play this game like y'all don't understand
Who
what
are
the
they
ritual
praying
is all
to?
about.
Who are they praying to and giving offerings to?
The real deity. It's real to them.
You cannot convince me that you
Okay, so
know how they
y'all
do
going
it.
from y'all plan B, so y'all going from y'all plan A argument to
Bro,
y'all
just answer
plan
the
B
question.
argument to
Answer
y'all
the
plan
question.
C
Exactly, bro.
argument
Tell it.
to
Teach,
y'all
bro.
plan D argument, and now this y'all still don't get it. Like, be for real, man.
What we going to do really
Hey,
fast, y'all. What we going to do is, we've been going on 4 hours and 30 minutes. I enjoyed every minute of it. Everybody in the comment, I appreciate y'all for all of y'all engagement, man. We got James what's his name? James Sandler. Come on, you gotta come up here next time, Brody. We got art taken for granted. I appreciate you. We know we got the brother Tahuti up on a panel. You know the brother Tahuti been eating in the building. Of course, we got the brother Capone. You know what I'm saying? Immortal Dragon. I appreciate all of y'all for being in here and being engaging in the comments. We're gonna close it down. I want y'all to have y'all shout or have y'all last y'all closing statements. We're gonna start with Brother Bit Eating and then work our way around the room. And then I'm gonna play I am going to play a commercial after that. After everybody get theirs out, I'm gonna say my last and then I'm gonna close it down. Go ahead, Brother Ben Eaton.
Hey, you already know, man. It's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. Hey, Humble, I'm gonna hit you up sometime this weekend, man. See if you're busy. If I can jump on here for like a couple minutes. Ain't gonna take too long. I got a presentation for
most definitely.
for what you was talking about earlier, actually. But yeah. Peace to everybody, man. King J, you already know, man. We gotta figure something out. So peace.
Most definitely. You know we appreciate you, Brody. Go ahead, Brother Omar.
Thanks for bringing me up, man. I kind of hopped in late. You know what I'm saying? But it was funny how King J posed the question when he was talking about Thebes and talking about the southern region. So now all you got to do is just ask yourself about Thebes, and then you could just say Luxor too, and then ask yourself one question: Where are the temples of Karnak located at? It's in the southern region.
Yo, Omar, crazy, bro.
Hey yo, hey yo, you know what? I just give honor when honor when honor is due, and I mean these are just they're simple, basic things, and the thing is, King J is very specific on when he talks about these points, but the thing is, he's being very specific to get out his point. So we can't take that away. So we can't take that away. So the thing is, a lot of the times you ain't gotta over philosophize. You ain't gotta talk a lot and use a lot of big words and all that other stuff. You just gotta bring out the evidence. And I think what y'all gotta understand, King J has a love for Kemet. You know what I'm saying? He respects Kemet, but the thing is, King J speaks the truth. And the thing is, because King J comes from a genuine point, because he stands on integrity. So the thing is, you can't fight these things when he's bringing out the information, and then try to dispute him having integrity to say, look, yeah, I got love for these people. And guess what? He puts them on trial too to say, guess what? Okay, well, guess what? Maybe these priests wasn't the so-called best person. But I thought Kemet was supposed to be about justice and and all this. All King J is just saying that they got flaws, but does that mean King J don't love them? Does that mean King J don't have respect? Does that don't mean King J, try to break these things down when he's going into the TLA and other things? The thing is sometimes the truth just hurts, even when you got love for a certain subject. And I'm done.
Most definitely, brother Omar. Let me give you a bomb, bro. That was fire right there. I appreciate you for that, Brody. Because that's a fact. We are,
And I appreciate that homage. I mean, it means a lot for so. I'm gonna just close on out. I mean, Humble definitely was a great show. All the scholars came out. You know what I'm saying? It was a good show. We didn't over talk each other. We showed decorum. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what we have to look forward to on the platform. From going forward. So I just look forward to next time for sure.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I appreciate you, brother King J. That's brother King J right there. Sharp brother, man. Sharp brother. Go ahead, Babylon Done. Go ahead, Babylon Done.
Hey, brother Humble, one day, bro, we got to do it. You got to sit down and talk and do a show, bro, so it ain't no interruption, so we can really talk about some of the stuff. Cause I be sitting back waiting, and then I come on with points, and then get into a razzle dazzle, because I start hurting feelings and stuff. But like the thing about Ray, though, I want to talk about that, man, about whether Ray is the son. I know we cleared that up last time, but they keep bringing it up about Ray and Aten and all of that, about the sun and the sun disk personification and all of that. I also want to commend the brother for coming on and bringing up the word real, literal, and figurative. Because out of all the while, I was waiting on somebody to say the word figurative, which is be the polarity to literal. And nobody said it till just then. And last thing I want to say is that that up south, down north thing, that's a very important thing. If a person rejects that and call that pseudo, or say somebody turned the map upside down when we the original map makers anyway, that's just disrespect to our culture and to our family, to our people and everything we stand for. To take what we done did and then say we need to update it or upgrade it to some stuff that ain't even living, that ain't even over there. If we overlay down south over there, we'll be out of context. I'll stop right there. Hey, peace to A1.
And Babylon Done. If you are in the back, chats on the Facebook, you already know I'm Humble Mr. back there. Hit me up on Facebook, bro. I'm always active. Hit me up. I'm gonna get back at you, and we can make some things happen.
Write something down, bro. I looked for you. I couldn't find you, brother Humble. I could not find you, bro.
You in a Titan back chat, right?
No, I'm not. I don't even know how to get there, really.
Oh man. You on Facebook?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm about to put my name on Facebook in the back chat. So you can go in the back chat right now. So all you gotta do is go to private chat, and then you can get my Facebook right now.
Okay, I'll get to the private chat from here.
You should go to from there. You should go to I think it's not comments. It's private chat. On the side of your thing, you should see where it say how many people in the room. And then
Is it under settings?
Babylon. Let me see
I
something.
see comments, recordings, stream to your audience, settings, and help.
Oh man. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put it in the comments real fast. Just look in the comments. It's going to my Facebook.
All right. And then I can put my email in the comments if you want me to. But I'll get yours. Yeah, because I do got the book, Brother Humble, and I'm ready. I wanted to talk to you about it. That's for real, bro. I'm sitting right in front of you.
So bang. So I just dropped my name down there on Facebook. So you just look down there, you just grab it.
All right, peace, man. This was a great show, man. I'm gonna drop down though. Peace, y'all.
Appreciate you most
Peace
definitely.
to the chat.
Hold up.
Peace to the
All
panel,
right.
everybody that was up here too.
Definitely, man. Hey, real quick, I just want to end. It's gonna be real quick, but at the same time, it's gonna be real important. I think we need to get a grasp of getting serious about everything. I know this is infotainment, but let's stop pretending like we don't know the difference between literal and figurative and real. We use figurative speech amongst each other every day. We talk figurative. And I want to say that because, you know, there's certain incidents that happen recently that impact us in a way that is very vital. And with that being said, we got to be serious. We can't pretend that we understand what duality and figurative and literal means until we get to Kemet. We need to take Kemet more seriously, and we need to clean it up. And that's all I need to say. Thank you for having me. Hotep to everybody at BB Toomey.
Most definitely. You know I appreciate you, brother Tahuti. You know I appreciate you, Brody. And with that being said, y'all already know it's your boy Humble Mystic, and I'm ready to close out. I see we got the brother Gene still down here popping, popping his smoke. Come on, you gotta come up here with us, bro. How you gonna sit down there and say we scared of you, bro? You don't know what this heat feel like. You don't know what this heat feel like. Come up here and get burned some, and then talk to me. But all in all, this was an amazing show. Of course, I want to shout out, my man Omar. Yes, man, Omar bang back and forth, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I need brothers like Omar to keep me sharp. I need brothers like Omar to keep that energy up so I can keep that energy up. So y'all see me and a brother Omar go back and forth, and most definitely respect that brother. I most definitely respect that brother when it comes to this knowledge and the challenging, and I really appreciate him for doing what he do. But brother Capone, another great brother right there. That's my brother from another mother right there. Me and him sharpen each other all the time. I know sometimes y'all see him come up here and I just straight go at him, but that's because that's my brother. That's how we do. You see what I'm saying? It's and that's just the type of relationship me and him have, where we just like to lock horns. We just that competitive when it comes to stuff like this. And it's all out of respect. My man Dean Midwest. Hey, I appreciate you. I see you down there. Thank you for your engagement in the comments. And hey, Gene, you gotta stop hiding these comments, man. You gotta come up here. You want to be respected. You got to come up here. I don't want to hear all that talk from the comments. Maybe you should come up here next time, bro, and we can have some fun, bro. We can have some fun. I appreciate you as well. I see you down there in the comments. And, I'm just going through here and I'm just seeing all the people. Most definitely, I see you in the comments. Thank y'all for coming through. And with all of that, once again, man, I appreciate Brother A1 for giving me this platform, for giving me the opportunity on this platform to, get my voice heard, bring some concepts, some presentations, get people engaged, get some great conversations going. And with that being said, man, y'all already know what it is. Tighten up. Stay tightened up. Where my thing at? We out, y'all. Salute.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning.